those days when they were given, once you become a councillor, you know, you become a god, a common councillor, right? Everything, well, let me not use common, but you know, because holding a public office is not that common. You've been entrusted with public service, so you should serve. Are our politicians, people occupying public office, are they serving us really? But you could see that peterobi is a different man, and we are saying that if politicians can behave and act like peterobi, half of our politicians can look at this man and emulate how he handles things. But I think that Nigeria will become a better place. It's hope. Things are built on hope, right? You have to elicit some kind of hope in people that they will look forward to. It's just like Christians. Many Christians believe that they are going to heaven. That's why they keep doing the good things that they are doing on earth, so that they can guarantee them that place in heaven. So if there is a Nigerian dream that you could look forward to and say, okay, in 10 years time, in 20 years time, this is where I would be, this is where this country would be. So you look, there is hope to do that. And when you look at the person of peterobi, when you look at his life trajectory, when you look at the things he has been saying, you will see that this politician is different from so many. So when we said last time that we are running through an obi, we meant it in every, because this is the kind of politicians we want to see. A politician that will come in here, sit down with you and have a conversation.
Mr. Ajilokuchukwu, yes, when you speak, I want to believe everything you're saying, but the reality on ground is this. You have a ticket in your hand. The race begins. And last election, part of the, audits in terms of what led to the failure, apart from other issues, was the issue of collaboration. So the question is, with the coalition, collapsing, how are you able to, go into collaboration with other politicians for you to be able to make an inroad in the north, secure the votes in the west, and move on to challenge the incumbent into winning the race in 2027?
Well, let's put this on the table. What cost us the last election was INEC, please. Nobody have explained what the glitch is till this moment. There has not been an independent audit to tell us why the glitch happened, right? So INEC cost us the election because we know that we got more than 6 million votes. INEC said there was a glitch. Till today, nobody has come out to say there is this, what this glitch is.
Unfortunately, the court believed them.
But they have not. It's on record. They have not come out to say this is why, this is what, and this is where this glitch happened. Nobody have answered that question. So that is on record. That's one aside. Now, in that last election, we defiled all odds. They talked about structure. The people said they are the structure, and we came out and we voted, and we counted our votes. Because do you know why you should know that our vote counts? Let's take Enugu for instance. Chimaroke Nnamani, the former governor of the state, lost his ticket. He lost on the ballot. He lost in his own constituency. Even in Abani, he lost in his own community. So when people say election doesn't count, it counts when people come out, So if there was no glitch in the senatorial race, but there was glitch in the presidential race. So our votes count, right? That was why we were able to produce more than 7 federal representatives from Enugu. Our votes count. We were able to produce 14 here, 14 House of Assembly members here in Enugu. So people came out and people voted. So now, some of those issues that was raised in the last election, that there were no party agents, now obedience have moved into all various parties. We are crisscrossing around the country. Now we have a merger with the Kwankwasia movement from the north, and we are going to make sure that in every polling unit of this country, there is a member of the NDC in that polling unit. We are tackling it from polling unit to ward to local government to make sure now I'm a card-carrying member of the NDC. And so many of us have moved into the NDC. Registration has been very easy. You just go online and you register yourself. So nobody will now tell us now we do not have structure. Now we have structure. Nobody will now tell us that there is no handshake across the north. Now there is a big handshake across the north.
All right.
Kwankwaso came forth.
I was coming to the issue of Kwankwaso here, but the point I'm trying to make, do you believe that the obedient movement would still make inroads like they did in 2023?
Of course, you are seeing what is happening. People are moving where we moved to. We moved to NDC.
But a lot of people have left your fold as well.
A lot. Who are these lots? When one person leaves, see, one thing people need to understand is that the obedient movement is not a person, like one person or so. This is an aggregation of different frustrated Nigerians.
Different frustrated Nigerians.
Different from different backgrounds: Muslims, Christians, atheists, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. There are core obedient. The headquarters, we keep saying that the headquarters of the obedient movement is in Edo State. That is where they will tell you.
Why the choice of Edo State?
That's where we have a ground force of whether Obi is on the ballot or not. They keep a system. You can't go to Edo and not find and walk the streets 2 miles and not see more than 10 obedient who prophesy that they are obedient.
But it seems that the governor there is not favorably disposed and have conquered your people, those things.
No, they have not. They said we should not come to Edo. We went to Edo back to back. We are going back to Edo.
We saw all of the effects.
No, we still. It's not about the. They did that, but we still came back, and we are still going to go back. And you could see obedience coming obedient from Edo telling you that nothing will happen, that this is our country. So the obedient movement, it's not one person. You can't. If I step down, if I resign today from, there are thousands of other Nigerians who are in this your studio. If you people are not, because of your neutrality, we will see so many obedience here. There are so many. Once you believe that this current system is no longer favorable, you're an obedient. It's just that you don't want to say it out.
Anyway, you've already summed it. My job doesn't allow me to be partisan or belong to any of such movements. However, the point is this: you mentioned the Kwankwasia, and let's talk about that marriage. That marriage, would you say, is a marriage of convenience, or is it hinged on ideas? Because we understand that when we look into 2023 election, you people don't see eye to eye. The Kwankwasias and the obedience never saw eye to eye in 2023. So, is it in desperation for the numbers that made you go into such an alliance?
No. If you look at what the Kwankwasia stands for, look at what they have built over years. They have invested massively in education of their people. You see Kwankwaso reading out the numbers of how many people they have trained, sent abroad and all that. So education is key, right? So take education on our own side, what our principal has stood for. Take health, what they have also done within the health sector, and take what we are doing within the health sector. So you look at the principles that are guiding these two movements, right? And they have played a very strong opposition in Kano. They stood against the APC in the last election, right? We saw how it almost turned violent. Even Kwankwaso himself had to go to INEC office and say that our election must stand. The choice of the people must stand. So it's not a marriage of convenience. It's a strategic move, right? And in the last election, Kwankwaso said that that he has so many credentials that can beat Obi. That he's a PhD holder, while Obi is just a
trader.
Not just a trader, but also an MSc holder, right? And he plotted the graph and said that that he's convinced that he's more experienced than Mr. Peterobi. And then we said, okay, let's go test it out. And we tested it out, and he got 1 million and something votes. We got 6 million based on our INEC calculation. Because it's very important to put that INEC calculation, because the actual figure says a different stories. But that's by the way. So now we are back on the discussion table. So clearly the man has woken up from his dreams and he said, oh wow, this is not just a trader. This is a movement that we need to key into. And they reached out to us. If you remember the day Mr. Peterobi went to Kano, it was on a Sunday. My phone was buzzing. People were like, you know, even some friends from across the Niger, they will call and I will say, Amana, they will say, Kwasia. There was so much energy coming out from the north. So nobody will now come and tell us that, you know, so what they are trying to do now, you know, I was listening to somebody on TV the other day and he was trying to say that he does not, that this is a man who have said things against Obi, that he does not now know if Mr. Kwankwaso is well, right? Maybe that, you know, due to age, he's now losing his senses and all that. So they are looking for every negative thing to use, you know, to make people start doubting this marriage. But it is the best political formation that has happened to us since 1950. The best across the both end. You can equate.
You're describing it as a handshake across the Niger.
It is not just a handshake, but a tsunami across the Niger. Because what is going to happen in the next election form, and they are even threatening, right? So it is going to be a tsunami. What we are asking, we're not even asking anymore, because now we are mobilizing our people to protect our vote, and that is the last resort. We are going to be on the ballot. We are going to come out to vote. We're not just voting to go home and declare election. Now, Professor Patu told me they are building a structure that will publish results from the polling unit, right? But no, because the law says that the results are declared at the polling unit. Winner is announced by inec. So a published result, a published declared result at the polling unit can be published by anybody. So what we've lacked in this system is once a polling unit declares their result, nobody will publish it on WhatsApp. You see it circulating on WhatsApp, but there is no central system. There are central systems within political parties, but there are no public central system where we can view these results real time. So aside from the IREF, which we know INEC can turn off now, we are building, so many other persons are building independent platforms where these results that are declared at the polling unit, because that's where election happens. It's at the polling unit. Every other structure of the election is coalition, collection of results. So at the polling unit, results are declared. At the world level, collation starts. They collect results at the world level, and they move to the local government level, collect another one, move to the state, collect for elections that stop at the state level. It ends at the state, and then the next, and then winner is announced. So when those platforms are not going to come out to announce winners, but they are the same way we are sharing this result in our WhatsApp. We're saying no, we can't keep sharing results on our WhatsApp platform.
You know, why you are doing the same thing, the other group maybe the similar thing well.
That's what we are asking. We are saying that people should stop writing results, that we should not see a result sheet that is tinted. That we want a results sheet that is signed, stamped, and the polling unit, we want it to be the same results sheet that when we come to Abuja, we will see that is the same thing. But now, statistically, people have shown, what's his name? The former minister for transport, from the former marshal of road safety, yes, there is his foundation that also monitor election. They have brought out reports from the off-cycle elections, and they have shown clearly where this altercation happens. They even named names. Until today, those people are still going about without no consequences. In Edo, they named names. In Kogi, they said that results were tampered. More than 80,000 or 15,000 or so result were added at the local government level. And you can see it across how these results were added. And we know who did that. So what we are telling Nigerians now is that if you are working for INEC as an ad hoc, we know who you are. We are going to hold you responsible.
That could be seen as a threat.
No, it is not a threat. We know you. You are not. We are saying we have a published name. It's published on their website. I've forgotten the name of that foundation. It's published there. People who read the election and nothing has happened to them. But we are saying that by law we are going to get you. We know who you are. So we are saying, do not rig election, because if you rig our election, there's going to be consequences. That's all we are saying. It's not a threat to anybody.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue speaking with Mr. Judiciary Edechina, the spokesperson of Enugu State Obedient Movement. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be looking at peterobi. The race to 2027 begins, and with us, helping us to give deeper insight to these issues is Judiciary Edechina, the spokesperson of Enugu State Obedient Movement. It's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you.
Now, let's get back to this issue. You know, I am still looking at the marriage of the Obedience and the Kwankwasia movement, you know, nicknamed the OK movement.
Nigeria will be okay.
Nigeria will be okay, all right. When we look at the numbers, according to you, the INEC issued numbers. The Obi had about 6 million votes. Kwankwaso just had about 1 million votes. In fact, he brings only Kano to the table. So how do you think that this is going to help you secure other northern states when you've lost the lives of Atiku Abubakar and the rest of them in ADC?
Okay. Did you know that in our history now, we have more than 130 million Nigerians living in a multi-dimensional poverty? Do you know what that translates to? Translates to that since this present government came into power, more Nigerians have moved into poverty than ever in our history. The cost of living has skyrocketed. Food is no longer cheap. Basin of Gary is, you hear the amount, it's outrageous. Now you move to education. They even set up a loan to, you know, give loan to students, right? And this is when you've doubled education. They took out the subsidy for education. Our hospitals are in disarray. Was it 2 months ago? So there was a lady in Enugu that went viral that did a video in Wani General Hospital. Everybody came after him, came after her. Last time I heard, a week or two ago, she was being asked to pay 10 million damages to the proprietor of the school that she went to. Nigerians are being oppressed. If you speak up, they will come after you. Do you know how many people have been jailed for speaking up? There is this story about Justice Clark also that spoke about the welfare of the military. He's in DSS office. So there is so many. There was the other night I was going home. I was stopped by the anti-kidnapping squad, and when I asked them their office and they told me anti-kidnapping, I started laughing. They said, "Why am I laughing?" I said, "Why are you harassing people? Do you know what you should be doing? Do you know the numbers out there that are being kidnapped every day?" So it is not about us. It is not about those who voted for last year. No. It is not about who voted in 2023. No. It's about millions of Nigerians who have never had it this worse. I don't know if we understand what is at stake. How many people that are a teacher his head was chopped off the other day. And the worst thing is that the president or the government of APC do not care. They do not have empathy. They don't show any. The president went to a state where terrorist attack happened, and he stopped at the airport and asked the people to come from their home. The woman who lost her son had to come from wherever she's living to the airport, and the president was telling them that there is no light in this airport, that he's leaving in the next 15 minutes. So you've seen what has happened since 2020, and you think it is just about the marriage between the Kwakwasi and the Obedient movement. It is bigger than that. It's far bigger than that.
You know, when you give me the numbers, you know what I'm seeing here, what is going on in my head. You talk about 130 million Nigerians who are hungry, and I'm looking at 130 million who are vulnerable to vote buying. Well, your principal doesn't spend that kind of money. I understand.
So I understand. I also look at what is happening, what is playing now. People sold their votes in the last election. So we are asking them, the money that you used to, okay. The irony is that maybe you got 50,000 from the votes that they don't even pay up to 50,000. That's the sad reality. But let's say you got 50,000 in February, and by the time President Tinubu took over power, fuel the same day, fuel went to over 800 naira the same day, right? So it rendered everything, even if you had 1 million naira, 2 million naira, rendered everything useless. So we are asking people. That's why we've been consistently doing a sensitization since the last election. We are showing our people the numbers, that forget what the government is saying, right? Forget what the government what they are churning out. It's just like the joke of revenue. They keep telling us there is increase in revenue. It's not just about the federal government, even the state government. I'll give an example with the Enugu state government. In the first quarter of this year, they said that the Enugu Air got a revenue of 11 billion. They didn't say how much it took them to the running costs for Enugu Air in that first quarter. But it's always good to go back to the data. The data have it that for you to run an airline business, you are spending more than 80 to 90% of your revenue on running costs. So the Enugu state government didn't make up to 500 million from that first quarter, but they will give you the revenue cost, they will not give you the running cost. If they are making so much money, if the government, the federal government, the state government are making, why are we borrowing so much? You know, the Enugu state government among the eastern states are borrowing so much. So why are we borrowing so much when we are reporting increase in revenue? And if we are reporting increase in revenue, why is my pocket empty?
But you know that most of the voters do not know about this data that you're citing. How are you reaching them?
They know because they are hungry. The 100 naira, you can't buy anything meaningful with 100 naira anymore. They know.
Mr. Ajuchukwu, how much is the obedient movement and peterobi relying on the vote from Kwankwaso and the North to win 2027 election?
It's not about relying on the vote from the... No, by the statistics, you already know the votes they could amount in last election, right? So we're not relying on that vote. We are relying on the people of Nigeria who have been oppressed for far too long. That's the message out there. We are telling Nigerians that you have never had it this worse. We thought Buhari was it. Everybody could swear that this is it. After Buhari is gone, we are good. And then Tinubu happened to us.
You know what I'm thinking? If you couldn't defeat Tinubu that was just a presidential candidate in 2023, today you are speaking to an incumbent who controls the resources, the might of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in this instance.
I tell people, when, you know, I go on these shows and they said Tinubu controls this, controls that, is the same Tinubu, is the same government, right? It's the same APC government. Tinubu did not win election in any military formation across the country in 2023. He did not win any military formation. When I mean military formation, I mean like 82 division here and all that military formations. He did not win any. So you don't win, you don't rig election when you're not popular. Tinubu is not a popular candidate.
Was not a popular candidate.
He is not was. He is not. Then it was a single act that destroyed the election credibility of last year. The switch, the inec switch off. That was what cost us the last election. It is not about Tinubu lost Lagos. And it's not even the numbers that have been put out in Lagos that he lost by. He lost Lagos woefully. That the next election, the Lagos state government has to come out to beg people. Even here in Enugu, the slogan then was, "Do not use because of anger" or something. They were on every billboard.
You know, when I ask these questions, I look at the reality on ground. One is that you do not have the structures the APC has in terms of governance and the governors. You look at the number they have today. About 30 states are in APC, to say the least. So how are you going to make inroads? The dynamics, the odds seems to stand against you.
We did not have the structure in the last election. Come on, it was said everywhere that we are just 4 people in a room. We didn't have the structure. We did not have any House of Assembly. We don't have senator. Now we even have House of Assembly members. We have senators. We might even have governors joining our ranks before the election. But do you know what we have?
What is that?
We have millions. We have 130 million poor Nigerians standing by us.
With their PVCs?
With their PVC, we have over 90 million. So what we are trying to do is to get more Nigerians to come out and vote. Is to tell more Nigerians that you cannot rig election where you're not popular. You can't rig election. If you look at the election dynamics where elections are being contested, it is where the person running for election is popular. Let's take for instance Enugu. I use Enugu as an example. Let's take for instance Enugu State. In the last election, the contestation came from where? Owo, Nkanu East, where the governor is from. That's where, and then Nsukka, where the PDP was saying Labour rigged in Nsukka. Labour is saying PDP rigged in Owo and Nkanu East, right? So you do not rig election when you're not popular. And having worked for inec since 2007, I worked in inec office. I know how the system works. So you cannot rig it. And thank God for people like Osita Chidoka and the rest who are now touchlighting the functionalities of inec. So we are telling INEC, our election, people think our election has not evolved. Our election has evolved. I know what election was in 2007 when I was presiding officer for INEC. I know what election was then, right? I know what happened in Rivers in the last election and why it could have happened, right? And in this coming election, we are saying, if you rig the election, there will be consequences because we know you. We're not now saying that the governor asks you to rig election. No, we do not know who the governor is because on that day, the governor will be in his own polling unit, casting his vote, right? So we know you, and there is going to be consequences if you alter election results.
Consequences should be as determined by the law.
Of course.
Intimidation may not be allowed. As part of
No. We're saying there is going to be consequences. This is by law. If you're a criminal, if you steal, there is going to be consequences. That's what we're telling people. Do not steal. Do not steal our vote. Do not tamper with our election results. Take it as it is. Even if we lose, we want a system that is clean, credible. Even if it is not in our favor, take it like that and upload to wherever you want to upload it. That's all we are asking. So do not intimidate us, right? Do not, and thank God for the for the self-preservation law, you know. So I cannot sit down and see you carrying machete to come and kill me, and I will not put up a defense, right? There is a self-defense law, and we are protected by that. So do not come to our polling unit with guns and ammunition or anything. When you are coming to the polling unit, come there to cast your vote, because the people will resist you.
All right, Mr. Ajuchukwu, as we wound down, let me ask you this question. I know that you speak about the East being the Obi's territory, and you're looking at Kwankwaso making an inroad to the North. Where would the votes come from in the West?
In the West, that's Lagos. We won Lagos.
In the previous election?
We are going to win Lagos. Put election in Lagos, they will win.
Why are you so confident?
even
red vibes that was in your camp is no longer with the obedience.
We've gotten another credible person. You see, like I said, the amount of Nigerians who want a better country are plenty. There are even people, if I tell you the amount of people who moved in from abroad to come and secure one ticket or the other because they believe in the message that peterobi is selling, you know. And if you look at it, why Lagos? Why are we so sure we are going to win Lagos? Because we know that the demography in Lagos are more educated people than ever, because they understand these numbers we are rolling out. And it is hard for me to explain. No, it's not even hard now for me to be hard to call data for my grandmother in the village, right? But I can simply tell her, Mama, that he go for 100 naira. It is now sold at 1,000. No government cost, so yeah, it is easy. But the Lagos population, majority of them understand these numbers. They know why the cost of transportation in Lagos have skyrocketed. They know why. Lagos
is one state out of the southwestern states.
But that's the major. They have 22 million people.
But that alone will not give you the numbers.
No, if we win Lagos, it cascades. If we win Lagos, we've won Lagos. We're going to win Lagos again. We won Lagos with more votes than any other place, right? In the West, we won Lagos with over 70% vote. We're going to win it again.
Sorry, I'm running faster. No, we are getting out of time.
No problem.
Why do you think the North will trust Obi with a single term of 4 years going forward? When an incumbent that would constitutionally serve 4 years and go home is there asking for similar votes?
Well, the incumbents have brought more harm to the North than ever. Look at the banditry in the North, the terrorism in the North. They are capturing 100 people this day, killing 200 the other day. There is no empathy. The government doesn't show up.
But you and I know that this didn't start with this administration.
No, but it has gone away. It is not a norm. During Jonathan administration, one death in the North will spiral, right? Now, 200 deaths in the North, nobody gets moved. Our military are being slaughtered, and you know there is no the flag is not put at half marks. You know, so many things are happening in the North. So the North, I'm not complaining. I'm not even as angry as the people from the North. They are complaining. Go to Facebook. You see people in the North coming out with a big frustration because they are living this reality. It's not on paper.
Now that you've talked about it, you mentioned Facebook. You know, the argument still persists that the obedient movement and the Obi's numbers are on the social media, and social media doesn't translate to votes.
The data, does it say so? 4 people tweeting in a room, 6 million votes. That's a very far margin. So we can't keep repeating the same stereotype. Social media translates to everyday life, right? What we are doing here, there are people who are watching us on the new media. They are not on the traditional media, right? If the conscious, do you know how many million Nigerians are on social media? I think Facebook is about 100 million people. That's a whole lot. So if Obi is a good product on social media alone, and everybody on social media comes out to vote for Obi, the election will be won by 12 noon.
Ajuchukwu, why are you not contesting in this election?
I'm contesting through Obi.
You are not on the ballot. I'm speaking to you.
Obi is on the ballot.
That's
That's the point. Obi is on the ballot, and this is what we have promised to do in the next 4 years. We've promised to reset the system in the next 4 years, so that somebody like I can be able to contest and know that if I come out to run for election, it's going to be credible and it is going to produce the right candidate.
No, but the question is, if Peterobi doesn't have his generals like you in the ballot contesting in that election, he may wound up the same way that we saw with Julius Abre and the likes of the elected members under the Labour platform leaving him behind.
No. Like I said we moved into the ADC. We resigned. I think I resigned on the 3rd, and the next 2 days I joined NDC. So we are in NDC right now. In my ward in Sude, I'm part of the stakeholders of the NDC in my ward in Sude. So if you are going to produce a councillor in my ward, I know we are going to bring out a credible person. If you are going to produce House of Assembly members in the Udi North, Udi South constituency, I know we are going to bring out credible people. We are now part of the system. So, and we are trying to look at the character of Obi and use it in selecting who is going to be running for some of these positions. So it does not matter. Some of us have decided that we are running through Obi because we know if we get the head right, if we get the head right, in 4 years, we're going to change the politics of this country. And it is better than we change the politics of this country, how we are governed as a people, how we relate with our government, how public servants know that they are servants. Underline, you're not placed, you're not a god, you're a servant. That how many times have any of the public officials come here to answer questions to the people? But you know that if we are in government, that if you call us, that we're going to come here to talk to the people. That is what an Obi presidency represents. That is what the obedient movement is all about. We want an accountable government that we can call on any day. Somebody can call on radio, can call on TV. I want to talk to the governor, and the governor will be there next week to answer to questions. Not when the governor is in government house and he will call media people. They will come and say, like what Wike is doing every month now, spending taxpayers' money. They will gather pressmen and all that. No, you move to where the people is. You interact with them, not as a god. Okay, look, I keep coming back to our governor. Look at our governor. He will go to the market and you're wearing suits, speaking English to women who doesn't even understand English. They don't come down from your high horses and relate to these people.
He goes to the market. Some governors don't go to the market.
Well, how many times? Like 2 or 3 times has been there. He's wearing suits, walking around like a god. That's not how to. That's not how to relate with your people.
But that's a walking attire.
No, it's not.
Anyway,
what I'm trying to say is, once these people enter into government, they are far removed from the everyday Nigerian.
So what you're telling us is that should we trust your principle and your movement, and you get there, that it will be safe?
It's not about trust. It's about what you're seeing. You see Obi at the airport. He's an everyday Nigerian. He's talking to you. He's on radio. The last time he was in Aba, he was on a radio station. He's talking to people. He's speaking every day.
All right. Finally, we're out of time, but let me digress a bit. Somebody like Aisha Yusuf, we expected her in Edo State, not Abuja.
This is where she resides. And the law says, if you reside in a particular place for a certain number of years, you can run to represent the state. Right? And it's an Abuja, it's the Federal Capital Territory. The administrative head in that territory is Yeso Wike, right? It's Abuja. So she's running there, and it's not a matter of whether she's going to win or not. Is that a credible candidate is on the ballot. Aisha has been there. He has said so many things. Now he's saying, trust me with leadership, and I'm going to make things right. And that's how it could cross across the country. We're looking at credible people who will pick up tickets, who will say, I will do this, and we can hold on to them that we're going to do this. And speaking briefly, on those we elected in last election that jumped from Labour Party and moved into APC, we are telling them that the people, it is not about the party they moved into. It is about the trust. We gave them our trust and they dashed those trust. So we're going to come out in the next election and we're going to give other people the same trust. We are going to keep repeating this cycle until we get credible people into positions of power.
And that's much we can take on the insights.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and we've been with us, we'll be speaking to Ajilichukwu Edechina, spokesperson of the Obedient Movement here in Enugu, and we'll be looking at the race to 2027, where Obi has become the presidential candidate of the NDC moving forward. And I am Uche Osai. Urging you to let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, the insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I am Uche Osai once more. Mr. Ajilichukwu, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal government unveils multilingual Gov Guide Nigeria platform for citizen services. Taraba state civil servants decry non-payment of salary arrears. Details of the news. The federal government has launched an artificial intelligence-powered platform known as Gov Guide Nigeria to improve public access to government information and services across the country. The initiative was announced by the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, who said the system integrates data from over 35 federal ministries and more than 60 government agencies. The platform is designed to enhance digital inclusion and reduce bureaucratic barriers, particularly for rural and low literacy communities. It is accessible via web browsers and WhatsApp and supports English, Hausa, Igbo and Yoruba languages to ensure wider reach. Developed by a local technology firm, Publica AI, using Meta's open source artificial intelligence models, the platform is being described as a major step in Nigeria's digital transformation agenda. It is expected to simplify access to public services and improve citizen engagement with government institutions. The Nigerian Navy says it has completed the construction of 5 indigenous vessels since 2010, with 3 additional specialized boats currently under construction in Lagos and Port Harcourt shipyards. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, announced this in Abuja ahead of the Navy's 70th anniversary celebrations. He said the local shipbuilding initiative was strengthened to enhance maritime security and respond to emerging threats within Nigeria's territorial waters and the wider Gulf of Guinea region. President Bola Tinubu is expected to commission some of the newly completed vessels during the anniversary program. The Navy also confirmed expansion in its engineering capacity, including the construction of ferries and seaworthy defense boats, as well as repairs and refitting of vessels for regional navies, including Benin Republic. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) has called on Nigerians to reject the growing influence of drug-glorifying lifestyles in popular culture, warning that substance abuse poses serious risks to national security and youth development. Chairman of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, made the call in Abuja during the commissioning of the agency's radio station, Clean Beat 91.5 FM. He said the station is part of a broader strategy to promote drug prevention and rehabilitation awareness. He noted that drug abuse contributes to crime, weakens public health systems, and reduces productivity among young people. The agency said the initiative is supported by the federal government and the National Broadcasting Commission as part of war against drug abuse campaign. The late diagnosis of sickle cell disease is contributing to preventable deaths among Nigerian children, according to health researcher Professor Obiageli Nodo. She made the assertion at the 2026 World Sickle Cell Day commemoration in Abuja. Professor Nodo, who is director of the Center of Excellence for Sickle Cell Disease Research and Training, said many parents present children for treatment only after severe complications arise. She noted that stigma, fear, and poor awareness continue to affect early screening. She revealed that Nigeria records over 150,000 deaths annually with sickle cell disease, while up to 50% of affected children die before the age of 5 without proper diagnosis or treatment. The Oyo State Police Command has dismissed reports claiming that abducted students, pupils, and teachers from Orire local government area has been rescued. The command described this report as false, misleading, and capable of disrupting ongoing security operations. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Anyalade Olayinka said the victims remain in captivity, adding that joint security agencies are conducting coordinated rescue operations to secure their safe release. He warned that the spread of unverified information could create panic and distract operational efforts. The command urged residents to rely on official security communications. The statement follows last week's attack on schools in the area, which resulted in killings and multiple abductions, triggering heightened security responses across affected communities. The burial ceremony for Adesian Adeboye, a 49-year-old teacher killed during a bandit attack in Oyo State, is taking place today in Obomosho. He was killed during a coordinated assault on schools in Orire local government area last Friday. Security reports indicate that armed attackers stormed multiple schools around 9:30 a.m., killing the teacher and abducting several students and staff members, including children from both primary and secondary schools. The deceased will be laid to rest at his residence in the Olake area of Obomosho, according to family arrangements. The attack has heightened security concerns in the region, prompting school closures in some communities. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, has deployed specialized detectives alongside tactical units to intensify rescue operations for the abducted victims. The Imo State Police Command has launched a manhunt following the killing of a female nursing student, Wendy Achumba, in Obo local government area of the state. The victim was found dead inside her off-campus residence. Police spokesperson Mr. Henry Okoye said tactical units have been deployed to the area while investigators have visited the scene for preliminary assessment. The body has been deposited to the morgue for autopsy. He confirmed that one suspect is currently in custody assisting with investigations as detectives work to identify other individuals connected to the crime. The command assured residents that the situation is under control and pledged to ensure that all perpetrators are brought to justice. The Anambra State Police Command has arrested Newton Isopehi following a viral video showing him engaging in unprofessional conduct and issuing threats. In a statement signed by Deputy Commissioner of Police, Finance and Administration, Ngozi Ezabata, the command said swift disciplinary action was taken immediately after this video surfaced online. The officer had been subjected to internal disciplinary procedures in line with Nigerian Police Force regulations, while a drug test has also been conducted as part of ongoing investigations. The Commissioner of Police, Ikoye Orutugu, condemned the conduct, stating that the force will not tolerate misconduct or abuse of office that undermines public confidence in law enforcement. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. You can also follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV for more updates and breaking stories. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government launches multilingual Gov Guide Nigeria platform for public service access. Coming up shortly, terrible civil servants protest non-payment of salaries, demand immediate intervention. We'll be right back shortly.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Civil servants in Taraba State have condemned the State Ministry of Finance over the non-payment of salaries spanning nearly 12 months. The workers described the situation as unbearable, saying the delay has pushed many families into severe economic hardship. In a letter addressed to the Commissioner for Finance, Dr. Sarah Enoch, the aggrieved workers say the prolonged delay has affected their ability to meet basic needs such as food, housing and education. They also complained about what they describe as silence from the government. The group, led by its chairman, Abdul Rauf Sani, said the ministry, as custodian of state funds, must urgently address the backlog. They called for immediate government intervention to resolve the crisis. They urged the Taraba state government to prioritize worker welfare and restore prompt salary payments, warning that continued neglect could worsen tensions in the public service. A magistrate court sitting in Ilorin, Kwara State, has issued a warrant of arrest against the state commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Mr. Abbas Mohammed. The order followed his repeated absence from court proceedings. Chief Magistrate Adebayo Dube directed the Kwara State Commissioner of Police to execute the arrest and produce the nscdc commandant on the next adjourned date fixed for June 10, 2026. The case stems from a petition filed by the Ilorin branch of the Nigerian Bar Association over the alleged assault of a lawyer, Aladodo Nuruddin, at the nscdc headquarters. The Nigerian Bar Association alleged the lawyer was attacked and humiliated while on official duty. Although the defense raised objections regarding jurisdictional concerns, the court ruled that the continuous absence of the commandant amounted to contempt of court. The federal government has inaugurated the Office of the Tax Ombudsman alongside digital platforms designed to resolve tax-related disputes free of charge across Nigeria. The initiative was launched in Abuja. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, said the platforms include a website, toll-free line, and automated case management system to improve access to justice for taxpayers. He explained that the reform is aimed at reducing delays, eliminating bottlenecks, and building trust between taxpayers and revenue authorities. He added that transparency is central to the new system. The Abia state government has directed electricity providers operating in the state to ensure fairness, transparency, and quality service delivery to consumers. The directive was issued during a public consultation in Umuahia. The Commissioner for Power and Public Utilities in the state, Mr. Ikechukwu Monday, said consumers remain central to the state's economic development and must be protected under the new regulatory framework. He said that Aba Power and Geometric have installed about 120,000 prepaid meters in the Aba ring-fenced area within 6 months as part of efforts to eliminate estimated billing. The state government says it will expand metering across Abia while strengthening enforcement against electricity vandalism and improving consumer protection mechanisms. The wife of the Anambra State Governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has distributed 5,000 packs of hybrid seeds to residents across the state to support the rainy season farming period. Each seed pack contains crops such as maize, pepper, tomato, cabbage, okra, and vegetables aimed at promoting household farming and food security. Dr. Soludo said the program encourages families, especially women, to embrace home gardening as a means of improving nutrition and economic resilience. She noted that distribution brings the total number of seed packs shared under the initiative to 25,000 since its launch in 2024. The Abia state government-backed Abia Soccer Fest has recorded 202 matches across the 17 local government area of the state. The tournament is aimed at discovering grassroots football talent. Organizers say the competition has attracted scouts and football academies, with several young players already attracting professional interest. The tournament also serves as a platform for youth engagement and economic activity around participating communities with strong security and logistical arrangements in place. The semi-finals feature Aba South versus Umuahia South and Okwa West against Ugunabo, with the final scheduled for May 27th. Now in entertainment, Nigerian talent manager Ubi Franklin has shared an emotional account of grieving his elder sister who died last year of cancer. He described the experience as deeply painful and life-changing. In a social media post, Franklin said he recently reached for his phone to call her during a family moment before reminded of her passing. He described her as a major pillar in his life. Still in entertainment, a viral video showing Michelle Makun and Isabella Idibia, daughters of Nigerian entertainer Ayo Makun and singer Tubaba, has attracted widespread attention on social media. The teenagers were seen dancing in a TikTok video that quickly gained traction, with fans and celebrities reacting positively to their performance. And family members, including Annie Idibia, and followers praised their confidence and growing talent, describing the moment as entertaining and heartwarming. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The federal government has launched a new artificial intelligence-driven platform known as GovGuide Nigeria, designed to improve access to public information and government services. The initiative was announced by the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, who said the platform aggregates data from over 35 federal ministries and more than 60 government agencies. In a separate development, civil servants in Taraba State have expressed strong dissatisfaction over the non-payment of salaries spanning several months. The workers, under the leadership of Abdul Rauf Sani, accused the State Ministry of Finance of neglect and lack of communication over the outstanding arrears. In a letter addressed to the Commissioner for Finance, Dr. Sarah Enoch, the workers said the delay has caused severe hardship for affected families, making it difficult to meet basic needs such as food, rent, and education. That is news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, contact us on 07030437110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chiri Masogwa and the entire news team, I am Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Beautiful afternoon to wherever you are. Greeting to all Africans or Nigeria on the Enugu offer too. I still remain your number one. I go by the name Gift Obodo, and I am popularly called the social lawyer, aka all types of red and chili pepper you need for your day to be spicy. And thank God it's Friday. I am bringing you hot aproko. What I mean hot aproko, I mean hot gist wherever you are. You know, today on Vibe Central, we tell you what is going on in the society. You know, gist upon gist keeps feeling every day by day. I keep feeling hot and new things for you. If I don't update you, who else will I update? Because you and me here only, you know, it's me and you wherever you are watching me on your screen. I always say thank God it's Friday. It's Friday week. Let's go to jiggle on the weekend and drive it hot and cozy. But when you're driving the weekend, drive it on a subtle load. Make sure you land safely. I mean, what I mean, yeah, you have to land safely and be good wherever you are. Stay safe. The society needs your safety, and you also need the society to be safe. So 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. So let's go over to the business of the day, and you know what it is. It's gist all over. You know, I get gist for you guys. Okay, my first gist is all about an online personality called Ray. You know, she has been slain by, you know, Ndi now call it, like she said something. I dress however I please, you know, after an online, you know, someone had the audacity to slame her for always dressing indecently, and said she always look beautiful more when she dresses, you know, decently. And she came to say, it's none of my business. The way I dress is just, you know, I'm entitled to it. I don't owe anybody any explanation. However, moving up to my next gist is about AY. You know, he slamed Pastor Dolapo, you know, after he said so many things about Arsenal not being able to, you know, they can't carry the cup or win anything for themselves. He slammed them and said they are cursed. So AY has come out to say never be too confident in another person's downfall. So despite the viral claim, you know, Arsenal fans have just been all in and out. You know, it's time, if you have Arsenal JC in your shop, it's time to sell, because they are super happy for their win, and another match is coming up on 30th. Let's know how it's gonna be, because it's a good. For me, it's gonna be a double panel celebration for the Arsenals. And moving over to my next one on X, someone says nothing. He wrote so many things on the paragraph. He said not him writing paragraphs while figuring how to live peacefully. He said a lot of things. Just broke up with him, and already like. Do you understand? All the internet today is all about break up. Ha! A lot of steeds are being spirits like this point. But let me even, bring it very much interesting. Like, yeah, come over. Like, Temi Otedela and her husband, Mr. Easy, is having and expecting their first child. I think 2026 is actually raining babies. Come to think of it. Like the likes of Vicky James, the like of Tammy, so many of them. It's raining babies all over. Like, it's actually raining babies. Holy Jesus, it's actually raining babies all over. Like, so many. Actress Sharon also is expecting. So many actors, actresses are having their baby. The other one is actor Latifa, having triplets, and so many of them. I think God is telling me something. God is telling me something, but I'm just your mini celebrity, Let me not spill the beans, but you don't understand, Okay, so let's go over to it's raining babies. Actually, let's go over to my next one, and it's still about the Frank Edo's controversy, scandal with him and his wife. A lot of things has been said. Someone said that Badu reveals that Frank Edo's ex-wife Sandra used his phone to lure her, as she insists nothing happened between them. A lot of things have just been going on. Like, this marriage crisis is not going down anytime soon. It is not going down anytime soon. So Fina Bibi Naija has said a lot of things, and one of it is, she said, what's wrong if actually working as a waiter? She actually spotted working at a restaurant, But one thing I don't understand is, why she should like work as a waiter? Like, okay, I don't know, but it's crazy, because looking at her and everything, you just see that, you just figure out something. And it's very important that these BB Naija stars have, something new to always update us with. Like, they don't, leave us out of the package. After the show, they come out all, I don't know, I think the platform should give them while in the platform, they should figure out what they want to do and how they want to do it. Not when they're out of Big Brother Naija, they're trying to still find their lane, trying to know what their dimension are. Just imagine Fina coming out the other day to talk about her BBL and everything, well-roused, crazy. Now she's up to the fact that she's now a streamer, now to the point that she's now a waiter at a restaurant. All these things are so something ductile. For me, it's too much. Like, a lot of things has to be said, a lot of things have to be moved, for this thing to balance. Because me, I'm not finding my footing with all this thing that has been happening. Okay, let's move over to actress Bam Bam. She narrates how God came through for her after an ambulance security allowed her car join their convoy despite chasing others away. Bam Bam, after her issue with Teddy, she has been just reserved, giving us that reserved Mama GL. She has just been reserved, calm, calculative, doing her thing in a subtle way, trying to embed God in her thing, taking care of her kids. But what we don't know is the fact, is she actually still with her husband, or has everything ended? Online speculations have been there, and people are just wondering what's going on, what's happening, right? What's just going on? They don't want to let us in. Things are just going on, but we online in-laws, we want to have a clue of what is actually going on. But there's just something I can't figure out, and that thing is something I've been looking up to know what actually is the problem and what's going on. Bro, Let's do it. And moving over to his husband, her husband, he said one thing that amazes me about these two couples, they know how to keep the internet busy. But I mean busy, both of them have, because he has come out online to say I can't do without my wedding ring. This is just one thing that I value the most. And then when you look at this narrative, you find out that this thing is just starting to tell us we are in this marriage thing together, and also giving us a belief that this marriage is over. I don't even know what to believe at this point. I should believe that the marriage is still subsisting, or it's nullified and both of them are separated. But last week we saw Bam Bam on a wedding reception with her kids dancing. So I think if there was something like separation, we should have, but these people know how to confuse us. But I refuse to be confused. You don't understand what I mean. I refuse to be confused by this. But anyway, someone said, John Mark said on X, I was sacked after I told a Nigerian MD, respectfully, ma, please don't talk to me in that tone. They set up a disciplinary committee shortly after the statement and sacked me 2 days later. These things fester because people are too cowardly. And someone said, reply, Uncle Aneke replied on X. He said, I may not be terrible employer, but please don't talk to me like that. What's this? What's this? Yeah, one thing I don't know is just, I was just discussing that on a previous show with someone, and there's something about employee and employer's audacity, but in as much as we were too hard to believe this, no matter what, you are still under your employer. Yeah, no matter how mighty you can be, no matter how super you are still under your employer. So anything you are doing, just if you still like your job, just that's one thing. Because when you are a boss, you own up something for yourself tomorrow, you will still expect another person to respect you, give you that minimum respect and everything you so desire. So at that point is what you actually dish out that will actually come to you. But if you don't dish it out on a cool platter, go nothing. So I think I advise people at this point, whatever you want people to do for you, just remember that one day you might be in that seat. So, and you actually require somebody to give you that optimum respect. At that point, when the person is not giving you, I know you just definitely sack the person. So it's just, when you get to that position, you feel what that person is actually feeling. But because you're not in that position, as the MD, you might not feel what the person is actually feeling. You might just feel like, yeah, he's actually, he's acting too much. He needs to be under control. Everybody needs to know his, but, workers' relationship, no matter what, that's not your house. He's not your father. He's your MD. Do you understand? Managing director. So he has the power, authority, just that you don't overdo it. All MDs, please now. So I'm moving over to my next one. Next, someone said, Jobless says, what's the craziest thing you have ever done because you desperately need money? Hey, ew. Someone replied, I sold my ex in 2020 for 150k. Jesus Christ. Later I got to know that it was 950k. The agent took 800k and gave me 150k. Jesus wept. Hey, allow me to scream, Jesus. Sold your ex for 150k. Women, zupenike. Rest. What's all this? What's all this bluff? What's all this? Women, rest in Jesus' name. Because how? You sold your ex for 150k. Excuse me, let's bring it down to me. What's the craziest thing I've ever done? Yeah, I can remember when I was small. I hope my mom is not watching this. Every time the meat is missing on inside the porch, it's me. I always go there and make sure that the meat is remaining like everybody one. But because maybe the meat is meant to go around 2 times or 3 times for everybody, I'll make sure that the meat is remaining one for everybody. They were asking, it's a nani or something like this. That's the craziest thing I've ever, and weirdest thing I've ever done when I was small. Trying to remember what else. Okay, but for now, that's just what I could think of. And moving over to my next one, Sam on X says, if girl they love or they in love and obsessed with you, you go be like say you do her juju. We had a little misunderstanding. I refused to talk to her. She sent me 79 messages. Or is it because she's just 18 years? Because this is just obsession. Like, what's this? Jesus Christ. Chimo, my gender. Una no go surprise me. Una no go surprise me at all. Like, what is this? What's happening? Like, 79 messages. For who to read? It's not gonna be me, me that carry pride for my hair like Ojogoro, like this. Hey, me, gift. Oh, now, I carry pride for my hair, pride on my hair like this. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Like, it is not going to happen. What will I do? I'll just let it be. When you're ready to talk to me, you talk to me. If you're not ready, waka they go. Obi Apple Limited. I padlocked it. Don't get me wrong, yeah, yes, actually don't get me wrong, because what's all this like? Don't get me wrong. Do you understand? So I'm gonna move over to my next list, and it's about a song. I think she's an Akwa Ibom. She said, "You ever seen a woman lose herself trying to love a man who had nothing to give her but stress?" I have. That's ugly. She started off soft, supportive, believing in him, but over time the bills pile up, her smile fades, her eyes get tired of carrying it all. A man who is no money, no plan, no discipline has a damn business chasing love. That's not romantic, it's recklessness. But when you're really looking for a woman to sponsor your struggle while you figure it out, that's not being a man. It's being a burden. If you can't provide peace, protection, progress, leave her alone. Don't drag her into your chaos because you are scared to be alone with your own lack. Yeah, you think love will fix it now. Love without stability just turns into pain. And she remembers you as a lesson, not to the blessing. If you are not laying next to a man that can pull out money out of his ATM, I'll wake the hell up. So before you pull up talking about love, ask yourself, am I bringing peace or just being more problem? If your fathers didn't teach you, I am. No dusting bands, just, get what? A clergy woman trying to tell us, yeah, but actually, to come to think of this, so let's be serious with ourselves here now. Like, what are you looking for in a woman's body when you don't get money as a man? Like, what do you find there? Like, what are you looking for? Go sit your yash down. What are you looking for? Okay, you have to have money, because what is it? Or if you look at this beautiful Adama tomorrow, why don't you say, I need this, I need that? You tell me you don't have money. Are you? Should I? So no, you should have something to because let me tell you, I think our generation, there's nothing like endurance. I will manage. There's not what? There's nothing like marriage. Inside marriage, you are managed as a single person. You have managed everything. Managed. Now you are married and you are still planning to manage. Manage to when? Because those love will turn into bitterness. There will be a fight when the time when you need money or something and it's not given to you. You see your mood has changed. A lot of things has changed. You keep driving what's happening, but life will hit so hard when you wake up every morning knowing that you are poor. You keep thinking, what's going to happen? What's this? What's going to be my next plan? Because I don't know. I don't know what's going to be there. Because every day of your life, things keep, glaring fair and fast in your face that, hey, you are in this thing. in a very big drama together. And life is just something that you take on a subtle note. Take, remind yourself that I'm going to live through it. I'm not going to, make myself a victim of this. Okay, let's go to the next gist, and it is about Zalanta Ibile. He said, I had to forcefully stop smoking because I started living with my parents. I could do everything for my mom, but she wasn't still happy because of it. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Can someone say hallelujah? Stop smoking. It's not something very easy for musicians to do. Smoke. I'm going to tell you a very, very brief secret. I don't like smokers. If you're my friend and you're smoking, that things that runs through my head, and I'll be like, okay, what's this? Why this? What's going to happen? How is it going to be? What am I doing here? What's all this? Please. I get drenched whenever I, wake up to know that all these things is a prime factor that I need to nostalgia my head and, get it stored and accumulated for. So, actually, I'm gonna check it. The next one is for Adedumola. He said must have completed NYC. They're still gonna go give someone first job. Despite excellent performance, hope you have connections. It's very important that you have connections and everything. So moving over to the next one, Lydia said, I paid 180k and I didn't have borrowed from GTB quick credit to bail my friend out at a hotel in Abuja. The guy said the guy she was with apparently had an emergency and left her stranded. 6 months later, I needed about 50k for a medical emergency. She picked up and said, let me check my account, and never called back. That was the same week she posted herself at a hotel swimming, and also posted a new bag she got, captioned it, treating myself and I deserve it. I didn't even have the energy to express my disappointed self to her and everything. I just quietly removed her number from my phone. I don't know, I've had a fair share experience of this where a friend of mine, comes, needs my help. I ended up having a friend to help. At some one point, she wanted something, I wanted something from her, and she started acting so cold, like nonchalant. She didn't even want me to say anything. She was just in her own space, enjoying her own time, everything about her. I began to ask myself, what is going on? Like, this life, can it not be very fair share? Like, can't we just, be up and doing for ourselves? Okay, moving over to my next one, and it is Feli Oluwa. She said, I woke up in the middle of midnight and suddenly remembered when I was learning German because of my German boyfriend now. This man told me to learn Germany because I will be joining him in Germany, not knowing he had told 5 girls the same thing. Men will stay in your white. Sharp men. Men will actually stay in your white. American singer Kel Mitchell reveals that she's okay with her husband sleeping with other women as long as he isn't paying their bills. Really? Hell! Like, what's going on? Like, ladies, how will you be okay? What if he infects you? Like, what? What if he gives you something that yeah, I don't know what we're thinking. I was actually thinking straight. Somebody said an ex, and he said nobody go believe say I dey chop sabi girl low key. Sabi girl, you know who sabi girl is? Ariasa. Hey, friends, change the name, I beg. Make them no do mistake, carry me instead of you. Hey, well, more. This is when people can overdo in this, and most of them think that they can't be found. My hands are clear. So, our almighty Yule just something. He said, "Man, don't keep palace with your wife. You are the head of the home. No matter what your wife does to you, have a one-on-one conversation with her about it. Tell her your mind and iron it out. it might be her fault, or she could be reacting something you did to her. You can only find out when you have communication, when there is communication. Weak men avoid difficult conversation. Real men discuss issues no matter how tough they are. Communication is a highly essential in marriage. But actually it's true, yeah, because why will you be marrying a lady when you're not willing to talk it out with her? I thought this is the first time I'm gonna say Yule Doche actually talked to my own understanding, and I like this particular, but the rest no for me. Israel DMW said, you sleep with my wife as a man, your life spoils immediately to finish beyond repair. I no need do English on my WhatsApp. I no need to go court. I know they do police station. I sabi fight. No, I know sabi fight nonsense. That's a big threat. So don't go close to Israel DMW's wife. They tell you. Make you not say person don't tell you. I don't tell you. I don't warn you. Etim Effiong said, if your actor Etim Effiong said, if your husband cheats, the first thing is to find out how to help him come out of the problem. Don't be self-seeking about it. So wait. So wait. So if you cheat on me, let me go help you find out. Say you about yourself. Oh well, I'll just leave you and that this cheat. Okay? No, go and cheat. If you wanna cheat. See, it's high time we stop this narrative of allowing men, carry their ego and their pride up like they can't help themselves. You can help yourself. And you expect women to help themselves. Help yourself. Well, I'm going to draw the curtain today. Enough of this gossip today. I just want to, leave this gossip for another day. I have a lot of gossip, but let's just leave it here. Thank you. I just always say thank you. I cannot just stop appreciating my people for always watching, listening, and always sending your comment. All these things you can get on live on Aneke TV. You can always follow us on our socials, comment and be part of it. Go watch, because we have a lot to update you day by day, showing you and giving you that live and beautiful life experience. I know you don't want to miss any episode on this show. Every 12:30 p.m. of your day and your time, tune in. Let's have some fun and see some hot gist for you. I go by the name Gift Obodo, aka Shoshu Lawyer, aka All Spicy Pepper, Red and Chili and all. Thank you for today. Thank you for having me. I love you. Bye. See you again.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Viewer, you're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we're going to discuss the topic that's been actually been around for a little while, and it is a political issue. We have a political party, the National Nigerian Democratic Congress, which you know, after all the hullabaloo about ADC, came on board to become another vehicle for carrying the opposition political interest towards the 2027 elections. This party is quite young, you know, relatively unknown, you know, after a while, but with the entrance of the likes of Peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso of the Kwankwasia movement, the party started having a great inroad of party faithfuls, resulting in the registration of about 10 million party members within 10 days after Obi joined the party. So it has resulted in people thinking that the NDC has now become a veritable opposition after the crisis in ADC, which marred the possibility of ADC actually being the opposition party to beat, the opposition party to match the incumbent APC government. Of course, the breakage of APC into ADC into fragments has now resulted in the whittling down of the opposition powers into minute resource centers. If they had been together, it would have been a bigger fight for the incumbent, who is at the forefront and first in ensuring that they get their ass together and right. That is why they have already almost concluded their governorship primaries, while the other political parties are yet to commence them. So that is the situation in Nigeria. And the prospect a major player in the political space in Nigeria, Peterobi and Musarabi Kwankwaso, who is presently may anchor as the appendage of the presidential candidate, because Obi has been given the presidential candidate of NDC. And with me to lend voice to this topic on this program is a journalist, Mr. Durihoma. You are a journalist. You've been following the goings on in Nigeria, and then the build up to the 2027 election, which is presently going on. You are aware that NDC, a very young, or we call it fledgling, a young political party, just came on board and is taking the Nigerian political space by storm. So what is your impression about that young party?
Well, thank you for having me once again. The question you just asked about NDC and the buzz and everything around it, I think that's what it's supposed to be, because of, for me, it's because of the impact the person of peterobi made in the last presidential election in 2023. Having joined labourparty a few months to the election, and that's more reason why you are seeing this kind of noise, this kind of loud atmosphere following the NDC, because it's just a new party. But despite that, people wanted a different thing altogether. The way Nigeria is now, because nobody will say that he's not feeling the pangs of the poverty, hardship, and all of that is ravaging the country. Insecurity, as you know, everybody knows what's happening here. So people are looking to just queue behind that.
We have the former governor of Kaduna State, who is now in detention, former minister of the Federal Capital Territory. And all of them, these were the people that came together in that coalition, including Tambuwa, Senator Tambuwa, former governor too, and many others. But eventually, that coalition could not hold, given the myriad of court cases, claims and counterclaims into the leadership of the party. And consequently, it resulted in, because Obi had earlier made a promise that his face will be in the ballot. And then given the fact that he is up to challenge the master in terms of nomination, he's up to challenge him, which is Abubakar Atiku. He doesn't lose nominations. He only lost one to Buhari, Muhammadu Buhari, yes. And in all other ones he sought for nomination, he won. So Obi, shriveled away from that party like a dry dead leaf, and then went into the NDC. Now he's in NDC. But before then, the NDC has had myriad of problems. How do you view his entrance into NDC? Will he not begin to have, because people had alluded that there were unseen hands in the crisis that beclouded the NDC activities? Don't you see a situation where there will be another round of crisis germinating in NDC?
Well, from what we have read so far about NDC, there was that little snippet of crisis trying to brew, not within, but from outside, where some people try to say some persons are not supposed to be there, or they have double registration, this and that and that and that. But when you follow some of those things, you will understand that it is still that same big elephant in the room that everybody is trying to chase, which is peterobi. So that's my thinking, and I think that's the thinking around the society, that peterobi is the reason for the crisis that befell ADC and in wherever, or even Labour Party, if you don't, if you permit me to say that, because Labour Party with him, they stoked fire into crisis into Labour Party, and he managed to stay there, looked at it, everything about if a crisis was all about him, trying to frustrate him. He looked at it and left the party for ADC. And with ADC, people thought, Nigerians thought, this is final bust up for the opposition to come together and at least rally Nigerians to at least give us something to cheer for in terms of leadership, because from every indication, what we have now, I don't think there is any right-thinking Nigerian that will say that the country is moving towards the right direction. In terms of every aspect of it, you say that the people don't see any reason to cheer, to say this country is likely moving towards the right direction. So when that ADC happened, and people noticed that peterobi is going to join them, people now said, will peterobi there, the so-called structure we have been talking about will be a thing of the past, because before 4 p.m. or thereabout, that result would have been announced, with everybody protecting whatever he has, or he or she has, within his own space. But because of that same, because they didn't want him to be there because of what he represents, then what happened. They stopped crisis again, using some people who initially agreed to step down or resign, as we had. Then after that, as if that was not enough, Atiku Abubakar, you mentioned, we all respect him as a former vice president of this country, and I think I was thinking it's going to be fair enough by trying to say, let us allow the South to complete their tenure, because we have this, by convention, we have this North and South rotational presidency, whereby if anybody from the North goes for 8 years, another person from the South or people from the South will now go another 8 years. So for him to have come up now, initially I didn't take him serious. I thought he was trying to do politics, so that people would not know what was happening. At the end of the day, he will not step down for the right person to carry the flag. But I noticed that he became serious at the end of the day, chasing the whole thing. I didn't want to step down for anybody. If he had allowed peterobi, Aneke, and all those from the South who had interest to contest for the presidential ticket, that wouldn't have been an issue. At least those who genuinely want this country to move forward, who will just go and cast their vote for the right candidate. But I think we said no. I'm saying no, we know what that means. It can always influence the vote, the primary election, to his favor. So I wasn't surprised when peterobi left. So you use the word that even on RF today, you can see the kind of vote that came out from Rivers State. If you go check IRF today, today's IRF as today's date, so you just log on to the IRF and check the result they uploaded on that IRF. You notice that there was a lot of cancellations there. the person that won the election, they cancelled it and wrote another result. They're on top of that same thing. So which shouldn't have been allowed in the first place. If you go through, if you consider what the electoral act says. So that's that. That is all about having structure and all that. So I think Atiku, for me, Atiku should have been more honorable by allowing the South to produce the candidate to complete, because all of them have promised one term. Let me not say all of, at least peterobi has promised one term only, because Tinubu is already concluding his one term. So whoever takes over from Tinubu will do one term.
He promised one term if he wins.
Yes, that is if he wins.
That is if he wins.
But that's assuming that he wins.
But what are his chances of winning?
You mean who?
Based the chances of Obi winning, you know, because it is based on such winning situation that he promised a one term if he wins. And what are his chances of winning when Nigerians are already contesting the issue of Electoral Act, which somehow has impeded on some of the process to be free, fair, and credible? Now, let me go back to the section 60, subsection 3, the transmission of electoral results, real time to the INEC portal. You see, at the end of the day, the National Assembly, even the National Assembly, the Green Chambers did a millennium somersault. When they actually approved it, on a second thought, they went back and sat on that particular section and then changed and concurred with the Senate with the appendage that when it fails, then a manual has to be done. Now, if there is real time or no real time, how are we sure that INEC will no longer come with the claim of a glitch? The glitch did not happen in the other elections until the presidential election. So, how are we sure that INEC will get it right this time? How are we sure that INEC will give Nigerians a free, fair, and credible election? More so when Judge Amupitan has started doing the unneedful. You know, the Supreme Court already called INEC recently to order in the case of ADC.
That INEC remains the only authority that we will look up to give us the kind of election we want. Whether we have corrupt people there or we have corrupt officials and all of that, we will keep on having them. But I believe as time goes on, we'll keep getting things right. For now, they are the only institution we have to conduct elections. And whatever they give to us, we'll have it. That's why we have checks and balances. And that one of those checks and balances was done recently undone recently by a federal high court, which stated that INEC guideline impeded on the rights of some individuals to
political parties and politicians.
Yes, so all those things. So we have to keep doing, watching them. Anywhere they take a wrong step, we shout and call them to order, so that, because Nigeria belongs to all of us. I don't think, okay, we have over 200 million population. I don't think you can find up to 5 or 10 million Nigerians that will say they are totally happy with the way Nigeria is. So getting things right is the duty of all of us to come to do. Whenever we see it, we'll shout and make sure that those things that are not right are corrected with immediate effect, like what has just been what has just been done by the court. So I believe that INEC it is a product of the society we are in. All of us want a good, better society, a better Nigeria. We also keep pushing them to be better, irrespective of what the leadership of or management leadership of that institution is doing. So I believe it, if not at all, greater number of Nigerians are desiring for a change or for a better society, it will also reflect on INEC, because some of these things, sometimes when you don't behave well, you receive instant judgment, which is not what anybody wants. So we will pray that they will see the reason to, we just hope that they will see the reason to do things right, with to perform within their best ability. So for me, that's the only thing I have to say about it, because we don't have another institution that will give us a better exercise or a better outcome of what we want. It is same. It is still them, and we have to keep pushing them. Wherever they don't get it right, we will also shout and make sure that we'll tell them to their face that they have bungled at this one.
Okay, we will continue to make appeals and continue to make demands from the system, so as to get a change. We are going to pause for a break. We'll come back. We'll continue.
Okay.
Please don't go away. Let us say a break now.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
That is that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
That is that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our guests are still here. We are joined by a very regular face on this program, We are talking about Comrade Ken the former Vice President of Enugu, the Southeast Nigeria, and a public affairs commentator. Comrade Ken, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And of course, we've been talking with Damian Durihoma, journalist and public affairs commentator, who is also here being lending voice to this topic. Our topic is NDC, her prospect in 2027 election. Given the fact that that party is seen to be fledgling. Why I said fledgling is because it is a very young political party. Yet, the entrance of peterobi and the others has resulted in that mass organic followership that will be had during the 2023 election when he was presidential candidate of Labour Party. And today, it's almost being replicated. Comrade Ofama, because you just joined us, want to actually know, from your perspective, if the NDC, Nigerian Democratic Congress, is actually seen or being seen as a vehicle that could carry the opposition to the desired Eldorado, although the incumbent political party that is in power is almost ahead of everybody. Do you think they can actually match the performance of APC in terms of putting them together, putting their acts together, managing their electoral process very well? Do you think the ADC can do as much as that and then possibly campaign to swear the Nigerian populace to vote for them during 2027 elections?
Well, we cannot rule out anything. You cannot rule out any possibility. Because the entrance of P2P and Kwankwaso, both of them former governors and former presidential candidates in the last round of elections, 2023. It appears to have brightened the chances of that party, of a new party, and with the latest development, even without it, but with it. When I talk about the latest development, I'm talking about the ruling of the Abuja High Court that removed that pressure from opposition political parties in particular, in terms of when to submit the credentials and names of candidates and the register of the party. If that ruling is anything to go by, it is going to free more space and allow for robust preparation for the election, for not just the NDC, but also other opposition parties. Before now, it appeared that they were constricted, they were struggling for breath, all the opposition parties. The only party cruising home and enjoying the whole pressure was the ruling All Progressive Congress, but the other parties were struggling. And then, politics is local. I don't want to underestimate any party. Why I say politics is local, with what happened in the APC, because they are the first. APC is the first to do party primaries. So they are the first to test the wrath of the people, especially those who felt they were shortchanged in the primaries. So before now, they were all bottling up their emotions because the Electoral Act did not provide a leeway, and the INEC regulation in particular, not even the Electoral Act. Because the Electoral Act said the parties should submit their membership and their membership register 21 days to their primaries and 120 days to the date of the general election. If you look at that,
the general election is January 16. 90 days, 120 days to that January 16 should be around September 16. So there was no need for INEC to have mandated the parties to submit the list of the membership. Will likely move to another party to actualize their, and it is these people that will make the parties very thick, that will give it the momentum to win election, whether at the local, regional, or state, or whatever level, whether they will be able to generate enough force to win the presidential election is another ball game. But at least you don't know what will happen. Anything can happen
at the various levels. Yes, you see the ruling of the Federal High Court on the timing of submission of register and submission of a candidate's name to INEC. I think the Federal High Court has seen INEC as having moved beyond what they ought to do, because they impeded on the rights and the rights of the political parties and their faithfuls. They impeded on the process. And of course, whenever a process is not right, the outcome of the same process may as well not be right. Most often, it has a lot of influence on that. Now, do you still believe that the kind of organic followership that has continued to trail Obi and his erode into NDC could metamorphose into, anyway, but beyond that, before I ask you that question, do you think there are going to be cross-carpeting of especially those who lost out in the APC primary?
In Enugu, for instance, we know that 2 House of Rep members were not given tickets in APC. If they decide to stomach it and remain in APC, fine and good. But if they choose to move to another party to ventilate to test their popularity, of course, you know, that would be a very interesting game to watch. Similarly, in other states, you have similar situations. And so, if the ruling of the court subsists, which I thought it would, no matter INEC is saying they're going to appeal it, but for me, that appeal may be an academic exercise, because this is written in black and white in the Electoral Act. 120 days. And you cannot use INEC regulation to be more relevant or powerful than the provisions of the law. I think that where there is a clash between INEC regulation and the provisions of the law takes precedence.
The extent of its
it's even part of the ruling of the Supreme Court in the presidential election petition 2023. There are some of the provisions in some of the INEC guidelines, for instance, the electronic transmission of results, which the presidential candidates of PDP then, Atiku Abubakar and the peterobi, the Labour-party, they were arguing that most of the results were not electronically transmitted, plus the issue of glitches. The Supreme Court threw it out and said that was INEC regulation. That is not in the Electoral Act. So what it means is that the Supreme Court has established that we have to follow what is in the Electoral Act, not INEC regulation. But where INEC regulation tallies with the Electoral Act, that'd be good. So, but in this case, the INEC regulation, their timetable conflicts with the Electoral Act, and that's what the High Court has said. I don't think any other court will change that ruling. But even if they want to pursue the appeal, it is within the... one may also ask, in whose interest will INEC be going to appeal? Because this ruling appears to be enjoying the the support of 90% of the political parties. But they have been complaining before now that this election timetable is too tight. Are you organizing this election for one party or for all of us, all of the parties? If it is for all the parties, why not listen to us? But INEC paid deaf ears. But now the court has reversed that. So INEC going to court, the question in the lips of people will be, in whose interest are you going to court? Because the excuse about logistics, about printing, there is enough time to do that. And like I hinted in the last time I appeared on your program, assuming we followed INEC regulation, by end of this month, which is about 30th of May, or thereabout, okay, all the parties must have submitted the list of candidates. What will they be doing from June, July, August, September, October, November, December? 7 months. What will the parties be doing? They will idle. Because the election is in January. So, but now, there is room for every party. They can adjust their timetable, of course, shift their primaries, open up their website to accommodate new members, and submit same by around August ending. INEC has all the time in the world. After all, this is going to be, everything is done on electronically now. Printing, 1 month, 2 months is okay to prepare the printing work from September, October, November, December. They have about 3-4 months to do all the printing work. So I don't see any excuse that they will be under pressure. There is no pressure.
I'd like to come in briefly on this ruling by the Federal High Court regarding INEC timetable and all of that. I think the people that will benefit are those in those states where parties undertook consensus arrangement. I say this because I think in the Electoral Act you have this provision that anybody who is screened by the party cannot be screened by another party. So I don't.
The Electoral Act?
Yeah, by one party cannot be screened by another party. So that, I think that is where some people will lose out. But if not,
in terms of cross-carpeting.
Exactly. So like in Enugu, for instance, we know that in all the 24 House of Assembly state constituencies, no other person but from except those chosen
24 or 23?
24.
No, I know one person is not a member of the
talking party. About constituencies. Okay. Talking about constituencies. I'm not talking about individuals. Okay. Yes. So I'm referring to APC now. 24 constituencies. All the candidates for the 24 constituencies are chosen for, by the means of consensus. Quote. So no other person. I think no other person but for.
Which means other ones.
So some of those people who have bottled anger will now go out to vent their spleen. When now that the court has ruled, so they can go into new places like Enugu North, senatorial districts, where 4 of them went through the processes, bought form, underwent screening and all of that. I think maybe they may be restrained by the provisions of the Electoral Act. From cross-carpeting. That's the only aspect I wanted to chip in there.
And of course, in the APC primaries, people like Fubara did not eventually participate.
True. And he's well.
Yes. It is on record that somebody from the Fubara is also in contest, but not under APC. NDC.
Any of these provisions of the aspects. Well, I will still verify whether that is a provision in the Electoral Act, the new Electoral Act. If you talk about the old Electoral Act, it was not there. That was why David Mark, the Senate President Akpabio and former Senate President Amadu, what is his name? Ahmed Lawan. They participated in the presidential election, and the next day, they went and took senatorial ticket.
Okay, and now that everything is set and the court has made everything to come out becoming more liberalized for the political parties that can now do things at will, the chances of NDC winning elections, do you see an NDC coming on board in the presidential elections and other elections during the 2027? Do you think there will be another glitch or another claim of glitch from INEC? Or do you think that INEC will not play the umpire's role, an unbiased umpire's role, and begin to play some kind of role that may be counterproductive to the general aspiration of the Nigerian people?
Okay, let me begin by responding to the first one, which is if NDC can win an election. Just like you said before, politics is local. I mentioned earlier that from the way Nigerians, from the look of things in the country today, from what Nigerians are facing, economic hardship, insecurity, all manner of things bedeviling the country. I believe if they see Obi as the right person, Obi Kwankwaso as the right team to bring Nigeria back from this brink, you know, I think why not? The party will coast home to victory in most of the places.
Okay, the party will coast home to victory if the Nigerian people see Obi Kwankwaso as the two that could make a change. And for you, what are the prospects of for Comrade Ken Ofoma?
I think they have a good stand now, more than ever before. Because prior to now, every effort was made to block someone like peterobi from joining the party. From the crisis in Labour Party, well, any party he moves, the next day you see 3 or 4 court cases. That he escaped from ADC to NDC now is something that I know his opponents never anticipated, and there is nothing they could do. So now that they are succeeded in getting established in a party, and he is able to get somebody like Kwankwaso to team up with him. You know, they wanted to team up in 2023 general election, but it didn't work out, and they went separate ways. But now they have come under one umbrella. I think they are going to generate a very serious force that can challenge the ruling party.
Obi Kwankwaso team can generate a very big force during the 2027 elections. So submitted guests on Arena, Aneke TV, Enugu Southeast Nigeria. This is the much we can take from this program today. And maybe next time, as you join us, we'll give you better analysis on politics and other national and international issues. Thank you for being there with us. Thank you, Mr. Dorihama, for coming. And Comrade Okfoma.
My pleasure.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived. In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
every second. The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistics supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on the convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice. In the case of SGBV, strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame the scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and the barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If we cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
A defining test of institutional maturity, political culture, and national cohesion. Elections in Nigeria have historically served as mirrors reflecting both progress and persistent fault lines. As political actors reposition and citizens recalibrate expectations, the stakes are unmistakably high. The 2027 will not simply be about leadership transition, it will be about whether Africa's most populous nation can consolidate democratic credibility, deepen governance accountability, and manage intensifying socio-economic pressures without destabilizing its fragile political equilibrium. Public expectations heading into 2027 are likely to be unusually elevated, driven less by campaign rhetoric and more by lived realities. Chief among these is the demand for economic stability and opportunity. Inflationary pressures, currency volatility, unemployment, and cost of living anxieties have reshaped political consciousness. Voters increasingly assess governments not by ideological narratives, but by tangible economic outcomes, jobs, purchasing power, infrastructure, and social mobility. There is also a growing insistence on governance effectiveness. Citizens are showing declining tolerance for symbolic politics. Competence, policy cohesion, and measurable results across security, healthcare, education, and public services now weigh heavily in electoral judgment. Electoral integrity, too, has become central. After reforms introduced by the Electoral Act 2022 and the deployment of technologies such as beavers, Nigerians expect elections that are transparent, technologically reliable, and free from manipulation. The bar has been raised, and any regression could provoke significant public backlash. Equally important is the demand for accountability and trust restoration. The widening gap between political elites and ordinary citizens continues to fuel skepticism. Consequently, The 2027 elections will be judged not only on who wins, but on whether democratic processes are widely perceived as fair, inclusive, and credible. Several issues are poised to shape the contest. Economic performance will dominate political discourse, with debates likely to revolve around fiscal management, debt sustainability, industrialization, youth employment, and diversification beyond oil dependency. Security will remain an existential concern. Persistent challenges ranging from insurgency to criminal violence have placed state authority under strain, compelling voters to scrutinize strategies for restoring stability and strengthening institutional capacity. Nigeria's demographic realities further complicate the landscape. The youth population, increasingly digitally connected and potentially and politically expressive, is defining electoral engagement. Political parties that fail to adapt to issue-driven, technology-mediated mobilization risk strategic disadvantage. Questions surrounding federalism, restructuring, and resource governance will also continue to animate debate, reflecting enduring tensions within Nigeria's political architecture. Underlining these dynamics are structural challenges. Despite technological improvements, skepticism regarding result collection, judicial outcomes, and political interference persists. Perception gaps can be as destabilizing as actual irregularities. The influence of money in politics remains deeply corrosive, while identity-based polarization continues to shape electoral alignments, sometimes transforming competition into conflict. Technology itself presents a paradox. While enhancing transparency, it introduces vulnerabilities.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines. Defense Headquarters denies allegations of undermining Nigeria's democratic authorities. Anambra State Government approves Imoka Festival with tight security condition. Commissioner denies alleged politicization of youth empowerment scheme. Details of the news. The Defense Headquarters had dismissed allegations that the Nigerian military is undermining democratic governance, insisting that the armed forces remain fully committed to constitutional order and civilian authority. The Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tuku Gusso, stated this in a release in Abuja, describing the claims as false and misleading. He explained that military operations nationwide are conducted strictly within lawful directives and in support of national security objectives. General Gusso urged Nigerians to disregard misinformation, reaffirming the military's loyalty to the Constitution and its role in protecting Nigerians' territorial integrity. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Edo State Command, has deployed 1,542 personnel across the state to ensure a peaceful and secure Eid-el-Kabir celebration. State Commander Mr. Saidi Akintayo announced the deployment in Benin City, saying operatives were drawn from tactical intelligence and counter-terrorism units. He explained that security coverage will extend to prayer grounds, markets, motor parks, elements against disrupting public peace, assuring residents of adequate security in collaboration with other agencies. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested 2 suspected drug dealers in separate intelligence-led operations in Nkanu East local government area. Police spokesperson, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, said operatives recovered substances suspected to be cannabis and other illicit drugs during the raids. He explained that one suspect, Annie James, aged 35, was arrested at Umi Banara, while another suspect, Ede Ikechukwu, aged 50, was apprehended at Isigwe Obakwa. The Commissioner of Police, Maman Bitrus Giwa, assured that investigations are ongoing and pledged continued crackdown on drug-related crimes. Abia State Governor, Dr. Alex Oti, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to inclusive governance and grassroots development. He was represented at a town hall meeting in Ugunabo local government area by his chief of staff, Caleb Ajagba. The governor said the administration remained focused on people-oriented policies aimed at addressing community needs and infrastructure gaps. He also urged residents to participate in civic processes, including voter registration, while traditional rulers and stakeholders commended ongoing reforms. The Anambra State government has approved the celebration of the Imoka Festival, following initial concerns over security and electoral scheduling. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism said the decision followed assurances of peaceful conduct from community leaders. The government, however, placed strict conditions, banning weapons, harassment, road blockades, and any form of violence during the festival. It warned that security agencies will enforce full compliance to ensure public order and safe celebration in Awka. The Enugu State government has scrapped manual land documentation and introduced a fully digital land management scheme under the Enugu State Housing Development Corporation. The initiative, approved under Governor Petermbah's administration, is designed to eliminate delays, corruption risks, and missing file cases. The Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the platform allows electronic verification of land titles and processing of certificates of occupancy. He added that the system will improve transparency, boost revenue, and enhance investor confidence, with the online portal now fully operational. You're watching Aneke TV News at 3. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a reminder of major developments in the news. Defense Headquarters reaffirms loyalty to democratic authority. Anambra approves Imoka Festival. And coming up shortly, Commissioner denies alleged politicization of Youth Empowerment Scheme. Do stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap me, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Anambra State Commissioner for Youth Development, Patrick Ayamba, has denied allegations that he is diverting the state empowerment program for political activities ahead of party primaries. He was reacting to claims by some youth groups that the One Youth, Two Skills initiative under Governor Chukwuma Soludo's administration was being used to mobilize support for political aspirants. Speaking from his residence in Onitsha, Mr. Agamba said no government funds or official structures were used for political campaigning, adding that beneficiaries of the program remain free citizens. He, however, confirmed his personal support for Senator Stella Odua's senatorial ambition, stressing that it was done in his private capacity and not as a government official. The Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, CJED, has urged Nigerian journalists to intensify accountability reporting to address challenges in the country's healthcare system. The Chief Executive Officer of the group and publisher of Premium Times, Dapo Oloriyomi, made the call in Abuja at a 2-day media training workshop for reporters. He said journalists must move beyond routine reporting to investigative work that exposes gaps between government health budgets and service delivery at primary healthcare levels. Participants are also trained on fact-checking methods and warned against misinformation, with emphasis on accurate reporting of public health issues. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has sealed the offices of 2 real estate firms in the Federal Capital Territory over alleged consumer rights violation. The companies Ochajo Real Estate and T-Billion Construction and Facility Management were accused of failing to deliver completed housing units to clients who had fully paid. The Commission said the enforcement action was taken under the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act 2018, following repeated non-compliance with regulatory directives. The agency stated that the offices will remain closed until the companies fully fulfill obligations to affected customers. Cybersecurity experts have warned financial institutions and corporations to prepare for emerging threats from quantum computing technologies. Technology expert Olawale Oladoja cautioned that current encryption systems may become vulnerable as quantum computing advances globally. He urged organizations to adopt post-quantum cryptography and strengthen digital security frameworks to prevent future cyber breaches. He also advised regulators and financial operators to begin pilot projects on quantum-safe systems to protect sensitive data and transactions. Nigeria's football rivals, Rangers International and Rivers United, are set to meet in the round of 32 of the President Federation Cup. The fixture comes as both teams remain locked in a tight race for the Nigeria Premier Football League title, with Rangers leading by 1 point. The winner of the Federation Cup will secure Nigeria's ticket to the CAF Confederation Cup, increasing the stakes of the encounter. Other fixtures include Bayelsa United against Wike Tourists as clubs battle for progression in the knockout competition. Afrobeat singer Niniola has shared emotional tributes following the death of her husband of 13 years. She posted videos and personal moments on social media, describing their relationship as deeply fulfilling and private. The news has drawn widespread reactions from fans and entertainment colleagues, many of whom were unaware of her marriage. The development adds to recent personal losses within Nigeria's entertainment industry, where several public figures have experienced similar bereavements. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Defense Headquarters has dismissed allegations suggesting that the Nigerian Armed Forces are undermining the country's democratic system, insisting that the military remains fully committed to constitutional order and civilian authority. In a statement issued in Abuja, the Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tukur Gusau, said the claims are false and capable of creating unnecessary public tension. In Anambra State, government there has approved the celebration of the Imoka festival under strict security conditions after an earlier consideration to shift the date due to overlapping political activities. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism stated that the decision followed assurances of peaceful conduct from community leaders. It directed that masquerades and participants must not carry weapons or engage in violence, warning that law enforcement agencies will respond to any breach of public order during the festival period. And in football, Nigeria's top clubs, Rangers United and Rivers United, Rangers International and Rivers United, are set to clash in the round of 32 of the President Confederation Cup. The encounter comes as both teams remain locked in a tight battle for the Nigeria Premier Football League title, with Rangers leading by a narrow margin. That ends the news at 3. For breaking news, eyewitness reports and story updates, please call 0703 043 7110. You can also follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV for more news and current affairs updates. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Thank you for watching.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance. There are strong signals of financial reforms According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Thank you, Gina. You know, equality means that all of us coming here have to climb these 3 steps. But justice means that everybody's be accorded a place of speech that is convenient for him. So when you think about President Jonathan being on that place, and the Vice President is also going to be on that place, in justice, I think that's where I should be, so you can see me well. When I saw these Ngas dancers, I was wondering whether they are supporters of Chelsea, but I soon realized that they weren't. Congratulations, because of course, naturally, I'm an Arsenal supporter. So, and the Emir of Kano himself was full of joy. So if you see the Sultan not looking so happy, it's because Manchester United is not doing so well. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me, for obvious reasons, as they say, stand on existing protocols. This is not an honor I take for granted, to have been asked by General Gowon and his wife to review this book. I feel quite honored. And when you think about the man who has come through so much pain and suffering, bitterness, anger, a man who has come through so much in his life, humiliation in all forms, you would imagine that if he attempts to put anything down in writing, a man who has been subjected to treachery, backstabbing, intrigues, and so on and so forth, you will expect that if he has an opportunity, he will take his pound of flesh, and that whatever he writes will be full of either bitterness, anger, and the deception and the betrayal. But from the very beginning of the book, the author says, I want, and I quote, I want to emphasize that I'm telling my story without access to my crucial personal records. Since many important documents taken from my desk after my removal in July 1975 were discarded by those who succeeded me. Other documents that survived, which he kept, were destroyed in 2 fire incidents, one in Bakori and the other one in Kaduna. And this is in Romans, page 21. It's important, therefore, to underscore the fact that whatever you read in the book is the result of what the author was able to recall. And you will find in the book evidence of excellent memory and details of things. The book itself is 36 chapters. And when I received it, the copy I got is 850 pages. When I spoke to the publisher, he told me there were still more pages coming. So my quotation, the pagination will probably not reflect in the final copy that you might have to read. The sheer size of the book suggests, and the kind of issues that are covered suggest that the review also should be something slightly different. And therefore, I have decided to divide the review into 5 different sections. The first section I titled Gawon and the 4 coups. The second section I titled Gawon, Times of Trials and Tribulation. The third section I called Gawon, Truth and Redemption. And the fourth, Victoria Gawon, Wife, Shield, Diplomat, and Chief Security Officer. And the final, section 5, I said Nigeria, who next and what next? On April 1st, 1963, both of them received their first senior postings, whereas C. Gawon was appointed Adjutant General, Ojukwu was appointed Quartermaster General. And according to his account, after the announcement of their promotions, Ojukwu suggested that they should change positions. But for obvious reasons, it wasn't within the power. A reference has already been made about the coups. I refer to them as 4 coups, in the sense that he was affected tangentially by the 4th coup. But first, in the account and in popular narrative, we talk about the 1966 coup as the Igbo coup. We talk about the later coup as the revenge coup. Of course, further reflections and further reading and further interrogation of the distorted history of what really happened reveals more nuances. And I think that the most important thing is that scholars must also come to terms with the fact that this story has still only just started, and it's an ongoing story. But again, at the end, in explaining these coups, we're not looking for who is right or who is wrong. But even in all narrations, including the narration of the author, there are still a lot of questions left unanswered, in the sense that, like the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, titled, he referred to it as the known unknowns. But again, this is because scholarship has to continue. One of the most important things leading before the Civil War, and I thought it was from the general himself that I heard, I don't think that is something that many Nigerians know, that actually until Aburi and after, what had been declared was police action, with the hope that somehow things would be resolved. But this famous speech that was delivered by the author on July 31st, 1966, his first speech, a very controversial speech that many people remember. One of the things that many people remember, and I don't know who wrote that speech, but whoever wrote that speech created more problems than he answered. Because, and I quote, because this proved to be the most controversial part of that speech. He says, in the course of the speech, as head of state, he said, suffice it to say that putting all considerations to test, political, economic, as well as social, the base for unity is not there, or is so badly rocked, not only once, but several times. I therefore feel that we should review the issue of our national standing and see if we can stop the country from drifting away into destruction. End of quote. That is on page 218. What is interesting about this speech is that subsequently, when Aburi happens, and Aburi is pretty well discussed, but it remains a sore point in the sense that I think the narrative is still not concluded. But in my view, researchers, members of the diplomatic community, students should go back and gather some of the evidence. Because it seems that one of the problems of Aburi was that both men went with different intentions. Ojukwu had read the fact that, and for him, the author says on page 240, the idea of Aburi was to have an exploratory event meant to break the ice, remove the veil of suspicion, and engender trust among the key actors. A sort of gentleman's agreement. This is what General Gowon, as head of state, went to Aburi hoping for. But Ojukwu had a completely different text, because Ojukwu says, if you read, because I'm involved, a few other things that suggest that, as far as Ojukwu was concerned, Aburi was one to try and answer the question of how did Ironsi die and who killed Ironsi. But even more importantly, was to address the issue that he was hoping that Aburi will validate the fact that there was need to go back to where we were before the military struck, namely a loose federation. Now you can read the story, but I think that it's a story of moving parts. But again, I think it's important that from the point of view of history and so on, the author deals with those issues from his own point of view. The first chapter of the book, ironically, doesn't start necessarily with the background stories of the beginning. It starts with a very interesting incident. That is what happened in 1975. And the story is very remarkable because when you talk about General Gowon being a muscular Christian, whoever framed that concept must be a British man, but if you want to test what it really means to be a muscular Christian, Gowon's reaction, I'm sorry, sir, I have to call you by that name because I'm talking about you as an author, not as head of state now. If you read the text, you can now see, that there is something completely different. First of all, there are rumors that there is a coup. And it is very interesting for us to know that marabouts, seers, prophets have always been in the seat of government, not the only villa they enter, they've always been there. Because these prophets were already telling General Gowon very early from Mali, from Senegal, they were already naming people who were plotting coup. And then, naturally, the head of state tells his security chief, who is supposed to be an IG now, and that's MD Yusuf. He said, you sniff around and find out what is happening. MD Yusuf, the ever fantastic, and perhaps one of the greatest Nigerians, and he was a man I loved very much, because he had an incredible passion for this country, but an incredible sense of, I happen to have enjoyed a bit of his friendship. But he makes his investigation, comes back to the head of state, and then he says to the head of state, Ya Ramune, President Jonathan, I think you speak a bit of Hausa, isn't it? Ya Ramune means it is our boys. It is our boys. And now the interesting thing with Ya Ramu is that remember that the second coup was
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to this edition of Free Kick here on Aneke TV. It's a subsidiary edition of Aneke TV Sports, and we bring you the premium entertainment that is linked with football. Listen, football is actually one of the best sports that you will ever see or you will ever encounter. Football is very premium. Football is very awesome, and we're going to be centering a lot on football today. And I'm your one and only sports oracle. Yes, I breathe, I dream, and I live in sports, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy in this edition of Free Kick. We start today's story and today's update with Pep Guardiola's Manchester City team bidding him farewell as he is going to leave the team, as he's set to leave the club after his last game. Yes, Pep Guardiola is going to leave Manchester City after a 10-year reign with 20 trophies. It's one of the emotional moments that we've had in football, because when you look at what's happening, he is leaving the team not in shambles, but he's leaving the team together. Now Manchester City has 20 trophies because he reigned for just 10 years, and it is something very important to understand that Pep Guardiola has been one of the household names in the world of football who has actually, given the best of the best. And there is actually this news about naming a stand. That's a Pep Guardiola stand in the Manchester City's new pitch that's being constructed. They will have a Pep Guardiola stand where he will be celebrated, and his 10-year reign with 20 trophies are gonna something that will be marked. Now we're still talking about Pep Guardiola. We're talking about that even Alex Ferguson, that's the former Manchester United manager, the legend of Manchester United, I would say, who has a stand at Old Trafford. He has sent his commendations and his I want to say condolence, sorry about that. I could say he has sent his felicitation, he has wished him well. In the next chapter, Pep Guardiola is being wished well all around the world, and you could see he said, I'll be out of management for a while. That is my feeling right now. And I was talking about Pep Guardiola Alex Ferguson sending him a message. He said he's the greatest in this country, the tenure, the time, and for many reasons. Yes, and he says, I'm happy that Alex Ferguson, the greatest, could see. I'm pretty sure to Sir Alex Ferguson, we are not the noisy neighbors, we are the neighbors. Yes, he said that they are not the noisy neighbors, they are just the neighbors. And this is something that has been so sensational in the world of football. We're still talking about the updates that have come from Pep Guardiola, people who are sent in their commendations. I'm talking about Hansi Flick, that's the Barcelona coach. He has sent his own. He said Pep is the best coach in the world, and he is proving and that over the past 10 years, year after year. Yes, he has proven that over the past 10 years and year after year, Pep Guardiola has, kept the clean sheet. He has actually been one of the best. I mean, if he was actually a player, I'm sure Pep Guardiola would have been keeping a clean sheet. If he was a goalkeeper, then he'll be scoring every season. He has actually amassed a lot of trophies, and he is going down the lane as one of the brightest and one of the insane. I could use the word insane because his tactics. He's not just a tactical guy. He is a winning man. He wins a lot. He's a winning minstrel. Now, in the morning when we're doing when we're having a session of a sports show, I was trying to bring it to you. Notice that it is not just tactics that makes a team what it is. What makes a team what it is how the coach's mind works. How your coach mind is working, how the mentality of the manager. If a manager has a winning mentality, be rest assured that the manager is going to win a lot. And that is why I want to shade some people now, but some Liverpool fans will say they are really having a great season. It was Jurgen Klopp that came to Liverpool and turned the tides around because he has a winning mentality. You could see that close range of attitude. If Klopp would actually had the kind of squad and the kind of management that Pep Guardiola had, he would have been one of the best. But he was actually one of they hired the man who has no comb. I'm talking about an slot who cannot even comb his head. Yes, he has come out to the press to say a lot of beautiful things, that he's not going anywhere for the season and he's going to maintain his status quo as the Liverpool squad. Now, talking about Pep Guardiola, a lot of you would believe me that Pep Guardiola, he should have signed the next contract. He should have been in Manchester City. He should have been with Manchester City for one more season. But he says he's in the feeling to take a step out. And as he's taking a step out, I want to introduce to you the former Chelsea head coach, men's head coach. I'm talking about Enzo Maresca. Enzo Maresca is going to replace Pep Guardiola at Manchester City, and he will be announced very, very soon. And that is something everyone has been expecting on this edition. Everyone is expecting updates about this. And, you know, I don't know how we saw what happened with now you have to understand with me, and you know, pardon me when I say this, a lot happens in the world that you cannot really give account of. Now let's talk about this. I know Enzo Maresca, he's a very wonderful tactical personality when it comes to football, but now let's talk about Enzo Maresca as someone who's going to replace Pep Guardiola. Do you think he's going to make it you know, have that kind of profile as Pep Guardiola had? Do you think he's going to be at the best as Pep Guardiola? Do you think he's going to take Manchester City to the next level? I mean, they have had it with Pep Guardiola. Do you think Enzo Maresca would take Manchester City to the next level? Now, I think what's happening in Manchester City now is actually what happened, or what happened between Chelsea and Enzo Maresca is actually what happened. It happened between Burnley and Bayern Munich, when Burnley sacked Vincent Kompany. As Vincent Kompany left his role as the manager, he was hired by Bayern Munich, and the rest, it has been history, and the rest was history. Yes, this is actually what I feel is going to happen, because Enzo Maresca was sacked by Chelsea after he won FIFA World Club Cup for Chelsea. They could not see him as an elite coach, as someone who could take the team, and they hired some people say they hired a tech bro, while some people say they hired a Mistro who is very good with playing draft. I don't want to dig up the past of Chelsea, because if I dig it up here, it will be a blast. I don't want Chelsea fans to, you know, turn it off. But still on still, we are having Enzo Maresca coming back to Manchester City. That is something we have not seen this season happening, because over there in Manchester United, there's Michael Carrick, and you have in Manchester City, you have Enzo Maresca, you have in Arsenal, you have Mikel Arteta. Then you go down to Liverpool, where there's no hair. I mean, there's no hair. You have an slot. Yes, it's not like he's selling phone, but he's just, and you see, he has no hair. Yeah. Oh my days, oh my days. Well, yes, he is going to still have his role over there as a Liverpool manager. And moving on to Chelsea, you have Xabi Alonso, who just signed his contract to 2031 for Chelsea. I wonder how that is going to be. I wonder how that's going to go down the lane, because I don't want Xabi Alonso to face the same thing he has faced in his career. Now, I will tell you for a fact what happened to Xabi Alonso. It was very clear that the young man who took Bayer Leverkusen, you know, who got them their first trophy in many years, and who had them to take and clinch, you know, play at the level, the top level they played. Now you don't hear about Bayer Leverkusen a lot, not just because there's no Xabi Alonso, just because, you know, the structure has been demolished, because Xabi Alonso, the structure revolved around Xabi Alonso. And what happens in a team is, when you sell a coach that has a structure around him, you would take some time to also build a coach, to get a coach that has the same structure. The same thing happened to Manchester United. As Sir Alex Ferguson left his, you know, as he retired from coaching, something happened to Manchester United. Manchester United has gone, they have had many years since 2013. They have had many years of struggle. No one would be able, or no one was able, no one has been able to replace, or, you know, at least match Sir Alex Ferguson, to give Manchester United that Alex Ferguson feel. But we had it just this season, as Michael Carrick came on board and took Manchester United to some unbeaten runs. You know, it was awesome. Now Manchester United has confirmed that Michael Carrick will continue will take his place as the Manchester United head coach, and he is going to remain in that position. He's going to remain that position till for years, and they have signed the contract, and it's something that we have been seeing. We saw this coming because Manchester United has been showing interest a lot, and it's going to be something very interesting. Now Michael Carrick signs new deal, like it said, at Man United until June 2028. That's for 2 years. He signed a D plus option until 2029. You know, he is going to be carrying the responsibility of leading our special football club. Fills me with immense pride. He said, yes, throughout the past 5 months, he said this group of players have shown they can reach the standards of resilience, togetherness and determination that we demand here. Now it's time to move forward together again with ambition and a clear sense of purpose. Man United and our incredible supporters deserve to be challenging for the biggest honors again, as he had, you know, he took Manchester United, he brought them back to Champions League football after 2 years of oblivion. Now that's wonderful, and that's a record to keep. Now Manchester United has actually played their part by keeping him. Let's watch out what happens. Let's hope it doesn't go down the way Ole Gunnar, Ole Soldier. Let's hope it doesn't go down the way. It will not go down the way Ole's contract actually went down, because when you look at what happened to Ole Gunnar came in as an interim, and he did so well that Manchester United had to hire him. And when Manchester United hired him, it was awesome at some point, but it was always a near success. I could say Ole's tenure and reign in Manchester United was a near success. And you know, I said this, and you could see, I hope you're confirming what I said, that when you have a coach, it's not about the tactics that matters. It's not about how players play. It's about the mentality. And that is what we have seen where Pep Guardiola is. So Manchester United now has Michael Carrick, and Chelsea has Xabi Alonso. How will it be in the Premier League next season, 2026-2027 season? And what is it going to be around the globe in the world of football? What are we expecting, and how is it going to be? Now, before I take you further, I want to bring you back home, where we're going to be having the last dance between the Rangers. The Rangers International Football Club of Enugu. They're going to face Ikorodu City, Ikorodu FC, where they're going to place and have a showdown for the final game of the season, which could confirm if they will be the league winners or they could just be the runners-up. And you know, Rivers United, they're going to face their own opponent, and it could be a showdown, something that you've not seen. Yes, it's titled The Last Dance, because it's one of those, you know, when something is titled The Last Dance, it's not just going to be something that you're going to see. It's something that is going to be so interesting. And if you want to catch up with this matches live, you can join the live. You can catch up with it live on or you get the app on Google Play, MPFL Live. That's where you can catch up with this matches live. Any MPFL Live where you can catch up the matches. Yes, you can see. They are getting ready. Rangers International Football Club of Enugu, they are getting ready, and they are going to make history. Last 2 seasons they had the trophy. It was an awesome time they actually had. Now this season they are going for the trophy again. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be awesome, and we're expecting them to have that trophy. We're expecting Ikorodu City to play well. We're expecting both teams to really score and do their best. But at the end of the day, Rangers will come home with a trophy. I don't know what you actually think about this, but I would love to have you, tell me or send what you think. Put it up there on the YouTube, on our YouTube platform where we are live, so that you can understand and we can see what you mean and what you actually feel about this. Now, before we continue, I would like us to go on a short break, and we'll be right back with many other updates on the world of sports and football. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
Yes, we are back, and unfortunately we are going to be drawing the curtain close here because of time. But I want to let you know that England, the provisional list for the next phase is out, and then there are other informations there you could see. Just go through it. There's Marcus Rashford, but there's no Harry Maguire, and Marcus Rashford has thanked everyone except Manchester United. That's a story for another day. When I come back next time, I'm going to deal with that. And then there has been a lot of rumors around the World Cup list and how it's going to be. But at that same time, this is where we're going to call it a day. And thank you very much for joining us on this edition of Free Kick. We'll be right back with other updates on Monday by 5 p.m. as we delve into right in the world of sports and what happened and as it happened over the weekend. Remember, the MPFL is this weekend, and also this is the last week for the Premier League, English Premier League, and other leagues. So catch up with that as we come back and bring you the rest of the story. For now, I am Good Hope Chukuma. I dream sports, I live sports, and I move in sports. Have a wonderful time. Bye.
It's a wonderful and a bright Friday morning here in the city of Enugu. And on that note, I welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for waking up with us this morning. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Like she has said, thank you very much for joining us. This is Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose, and bring you that daily dose of brightness and joy. You are here live in our studio from vibrant Enugu. Yes, stay with us as we bring you the best of the update and the world of politics and what it is.
And good morning to you and to our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right. I mean, they've said it all. Thank you for joining us. It's another Friday. It's another end of the week. I know last week I asked Good Hope what his weekend is often like. But seeing how the week has gone and see all that we've had to study this week on the newspapers, I mean, what's your feel like? Or how do you feel going into the weekend living in Nigeria at this point?
Basically, I am going into the weekend with the feeling of let's just go and see what Monday holds, because the weekend is very fast and tomorrow is already Saturday. Then on Sunday in church all the day. Then on Monday you're back. Then talking about Nigeria is really coming up. The informations and the updates we're having seems to be important. Now it's a political, election season. So every of the political parties, they are scampering through to ensure that they do what they have to do best so that they can appear on the ballot. But then this weekend is going to be awesome for me. Thank God it's Friday, yes.
All right. Weekends in Nigeria are always a jolly period. You know, Nigeria is a very wonderful country to be in. Virtually, where law is selective in its application, where you can speed to the last speed limit of your car and then get away with it. It's a very, happy place to be with, and we're hopeful that things keep getting better, that as we get into the campaign season, the right people would get to be, given the opportunity to run for positions. However, like I do say, weekends in Nigeria are usually for jollof rice.
Weekends for me come and go like a blip. I mean, 1 minute it's Friday and the next minute you are into Monday. Yeah. And of course you have to get up and get on with the rest of your day. All right, now we'll bring to you our quote for the day. This quote, like I often say, is just something to remind you, something to get you going on your day, something to set your day and your mind in perspective as we prepare for the election and, the determining of the next politicians and the government of Nigeria. Now, this morning, our quote is from Lady J. Sabato. She says, "Every election is determined by the people who show up. Every election is determined by the people who show up." I mean, we said yesterday a vote has to count, and the other day we said the majority is not decided by people who participate. Yes, the majority is decided by the people who participate. So this morning we're saying that every election is determined by the people who show up. If you don't show up, there is no election. If people don't come out to vote, the election is null and void.
Yes, every election is determined by those who show up. So this is also in the showing up. What is included in the showing up is also staying back to see that your vote counts. Because we have to really sensitize the people on how the process is, how you should, participate, not just in casting your vote or showing up. Some people show up and they gist their way out, or they drink or they have a good time at the election, polling unit. Also ensure you stay back and let your vote count. Please let your vote count. Stay till the end of the election. Stay till the election, the resident electoral officer starts to count the vote, and stay till the votes are counted. It's very important so that you will know. In case on the screen outside the election, when the election will transfer to the next place and they are talking about it on the screen, you have to ensure that your it actually counts, so that you can know the figures and can confirm with them the figures. It is very important and very, very much important, because people cast their vote and they leave. So part of the process, you vote and you wait until it's counted. So that this is also a way that we take away, we curb, you know, all those election malpractice and the rest of them, so that we can have a wonderful election. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, looking at these quotes, what a wonderful quote from Lady J. Sabato. You know, when we talk about election, it has to do with a process. Beyond being available and showing up to cast your vote, you need to participate in the process as well, to know that it's beyond casting vote. You need to see through the process. There has to be vote counting, and there, after vote counting, there is a vote announcement. So you have to sit, make sure that the vote casted are counted and that your vote counts. You know, it defeats the situation or the process if you do not stay back and see that that vote, you know, counts. It amounts to nothing. And we'll tell you, it starts with getting to register your PVC. For your PVC, get it, keep it handy, and then on that day, the usual southeastern style, get all the, you know, the beers and the whiskeys, take them to the polling unit, sit down there, you know, get some music, enjoy it there. Do not go play football in the streets. No, there, sit up, wait for the votes to be counted. You see what Abia State is enjoying today, because we'll have people who showed up, make sure that their vote counted, and they're enjoying the dividends of democracy today.
All right, people who participate in elections are enjoying the dividend of their democracy today. So Lady J. Sabato is reminding us this morning that every election is determined by the very people who show up to that election. So prepare yourself, prepare your mind as we keep preparing and walking towards the 2027 general elections. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out our weather report for today. Stay with us.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Awka, Anambra State. Awka is matching this morning's energy with light thunderstorm rain at 26 degrees Celsius. It feels like 30 degrees Celsius and a heavy 90% humidity. The daytime high hits 31 degrees Celsius, that's the afternoon, and the city holds the highest rain probability in the region today, with 80% chance of heavy thunderstorms later in the day.
Enugu starts off with a light thunderstorm rain. It's 26 degrees Celsius out, but feels like a slightly sticky 28 degrees Celsius with 90% humidity. Later on, the afternoon brings a heavy thunderstorm warning. Temperatures will peak at 30 degrees Celsius, and there is a 65% chance that the heavens will open up during the day.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Bonny State. Abakaliki is seeing some early light rain. It's 27 degrees Celsius with an atmospheric real feel of 31 degrees Celsius later in the day. It's going to be the warmest spot in the zone today, pushing up to a high of 32 degrees Celsius. While the afternoon forecast calls for scattered thunderstorms rather than a total washout, there's still 65% chance of rain to look out for later in Abakaliki.
In Owerri, it is warm and a humid morning. The current temperature is 27 degrees Celsius, but it feels like a hot and humid 31 degrees Celsius under a light drizzle. The heat stays steady with a high of 31 degrees Celsius, but expect the weather to turn dramatic with heavy thunderstorm forecast for the afternoon with a 65% chance of precipitation.
Good morning, Omahia. Omahia is currently sitting at 27 degrees Celsius this morning, but feeling closely to 31 degrees Celsius with 90% humidity and some early light thunderstorm rain. The daytime temperature will top out at 30 degrees Celsius, and the afternoon plants will likely face standard thunderstorms with a 55% chance of rainfall later in the day.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, going straight into our newspaper headlines for this morning. Our papers are from The Guardian, Vanguard, Daily Sun, The Punch, Daily Trust. That's the 5 papers we'll be reading out this morning. The Guardian, The Vanguard, Daily Sun, The Punch, and Daily Trust.
And joining us this morning with in-depth analysis, deeper insight to debone these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, what a pleasure to have you on a Friday.
Well, thank goodness it's Friday. Always a Friday is always heartwarming. To me, I feel like after today's work, you go back and have a beautiful weekend.
Relaxing with lights, ready washing.
That is if they will give us
your clothes.
If they give us electricity.
Lots of pepper soup.
If they give us electricity.
But you don't need electricity to enjoy it.
No, to iron your clothes and possibly have a glass of cold beer.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rex, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like Mr. Rex already has his weekend planned for him. Starting off with The Guardian, it says, this is an INEC timetable. Relief for opposition as parties weigh options after court ruling. Relief for opposition as parties weigh options after court ruling. Also on The Guardian, we have Kwankwaso denies working for Tinubu's re-election in 2027. That's on The Guardian newspaper. Then to Vanguard. It says, on the 2027 elections, court voids INEC's timelines on party primaries and nomination. Obey court verdict. Renew poll timetable. Parties tell INEC. Court vindicates me on timetable. Wenga Hashim says court voids INEC's timelines on party primaries and nomination. Now to the Daily Sun. Court annuls INEC deadline for parties' election timetable. Sets aside revised rule on party primaries. Submission of candidate particulars. Withdrawal and replacement of candidates that conflict with the Electoral Acts of 2026. Also on the Daily Sun, Annual Court and others raise the alarm over worsening insecurity, poverty, and demand urgent action from the federal government. And on the Punch newspaper this morning, APC unveils 25 governor candidates as Kwara and Bauchi suffer delay. Says Hamzat, Ali, Yayi emerge in Lagos, Oyo and Ogun. 16 sitting governors return unopposed. Consensus crisis Logistics stall governor primaries in Kwara and Bauchi. Chinda emerges Rivers APC governor candidate. Party unveils presidential primary guidelines. That's on the Punch. And lastly, on the Daily Trust, still on 2027 elections, court opens door for defections. Court opens door for defections. And also on the Daily Trust, Tinubu appoints Professor Aina Jam registrar.
All right, we'll start today's newspaper commentary with the Vanguard. Vanguard says one of the headlines there, 2027 court voids INEC's timelines on party primaries, nomination of candidates. The court has reportedly invalidated the timelines issued by the Independent National Electoral Commission for political party primaries and candidate nominations ahead of 2027 elections, a ruling that could reshape electoral preparations and party strategies nationwide.
Mr. S, let's dig in.
Well, you see, that is why we always call for rule of law. A law is said to truly be a law when it is challenged in the court. When a law comes into the court, the discretion of INEC to make the timelines outside what has been prescribed by the law, by the National Assembly Act 2026 Electoral Act, they now use their discretion to make the timeline. But the court has said no, that their position is ultra-vires. That is to say that they shouldn't have made a law that conflicts with the law made by the legislature. And that is exactly what has played out here. And now the court has said, no, it cannot be. Of course, we had thought earlier that defections after losses of primaries may no longer happen. But the way it is now, it's like the court has opened door for defections. And some of the political parties that has not done their primaries may have an influx of other persons coming into their political parties, de-registering themselves from their initial political parties and going over cross-carpeting. Of course, we know that ideological politics does not actually survive in this place. Therefore, people move from one political party to the other to seek for power. Therefore, the time for serious cross-carpeting of those who feel that have been maltreated by their parties may happen this time. So that is the situation in Nigeria. I think the court has done noble, except somebody moves on an appeal and asks the court to reinterpret that, because we do know that even INEC, by the constitutional provisions, has power to make those bylaws. So, but I know that bylaws were made as in so far as it is inconsistent with superior laws or the Constitution, it is void. Yes. To the extent of its inconsistency.
I mean, if INEC has come out to say that they would, I think I read this morning that they would appeal. So if they are not comfortable with what these parties have said, or what the court has said, that they don't have right to annul and change, and they go back, make their review and come back, we'll see it. We'll see how, things turn out. Court says something, INEC says another, INEC comes back to say court said. So it's just going to be a back and forth.
That's exactly why I say there's no time.
This instance, there is no back and forth. They just go to a superior court to the appellate court, yes, to either uphold or revert what the High Court has ruled in this instance. But Mr. Reyes, when you look at this situation, yes, INEC said they will challenge. And for the first time, I'm so excited with the Nigerian court, the boldness of a High Court to come out to let INEC know that he has overreached his bounds by going beyond what is stipulated in the Electoral Act. 2026. You know, when you go through that ruling of Justice Mohammed J. Omar, you will see that INEC overreached itself by negating or going, you know, beyond section 29, section 31, 32, 33, 30, 84, 98 of the Electoral Act, going to enrich themselves by, you know, trying to abridge the statutory period of 120-day window for the submission of candidates' names, like you did say, and in this instance, shortening the 90-day window for withdrawal or substitution of candidates in this instance. And I'm quite excited. However, while we celebrate this, I know it's not yet Uhuru, because they may appeal the judgment. But you know what it reminds me, Stares, that the political parties, especially the opposition, and other politicians that will stand to enjoy the benefit from this ruling if INEC fails in its appeal, did not do much when they were supposed to stand up and question the whole process. And in this instance also is the fact that INEC need to be, you know, very circumspect in its actions leading to the election. Remember that the process is as important as the election itself. If we do not have a credible process, then the outcome of the process will definitely be challenged. And this is why it becomes quite worrisome for me that the INEC, under the leadership of Josh Amopitan, seems to be taking always questionable steps, starting with the issue of the status quo antebellum, you know, when it has to do with the ADC in this instance, and then looking at this whole situation,
the issue of timetable,
the issue of timetable as well, where the High Court have come to set the record straight, and I am quite optimistic, to say the least, that the appellate court would be able to uphold this sound judgment. But every Nigerian, and most especially INEC, should go back to the drawing table. They need to begin to watch their steps. They need to take a position where people will not be able to think that they are working, as it's been alleged, working for the ruling political party in this instance.
I see from my perspective, INEC has a legal unit, and from my perspective, it seems the legal unit is not in depth in trying to analyze situations. It is the right, and when I say right, constitutional right of the parties, political parties, to enjoy that time for the purpose of ensuring that they put their ass together. But is that period that sweetens the whole political process, where you see the politicking, the horse trading, the campaign, and in situations like that brings in the intrigue. For example, if one wants to move to Rivers State, for example, where the governor of Rivers State, Fubara, has stepped aside from the APC primaries and all that, giving a window that he has the chance now to move to another political party, submit himself to the process if he has that courage or the way to test his popularity in Rivers State. It is this process that INEC is trying to abridge that makes us look forward to this period of politicking, horse trading, campaigns, primaries and all that, and they seem to want to take that away from the process. Yeah, so that is why the court stepped in, and because somebody went to court. If nobody had gone to court, the status quo would have remained and nothing would have been done. Therefore, that's why I said it is good that you challenge situations to find out what would be the interpretation of such things. This window, you cannot abridge it because you are INEC, because you've been given a constitutional right to make bylaws. You cannot make bylaws that will impede on the process, that will not give room for effective politicking by the political parties. No, you cannot do that. But you see, the High Court have been able to exonerate those who feel that it's a bad thing for them to have done, for INEC to have done. And therefore, the case, you mentioned Fubara just a few minutes ago. Fubara has stepped aside. Sure, Fubara is not most likely going to run for the governorship of Rivers State. But somebody from Fubara may run under the political party of NDC. He has already taken a form. And that person from Fubara may only be a family member.
It's not maybe, it's blessing Fubara. He's a family member of the incumbent governor of the Rivers State. However, I don't know what to turn into that at this instance. You know, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Yes, I don't know what to turn into that place in this instance, because it takes the bold mind for someone from, you know, the family, an immediate family of a ruling incumbent to go into another party, you know, take up a nomination form for the very position your family member is occupying in the States. But like we did say, it's not yet to Huru. It's not yet to Huru.
Yes,
you know, it's not yet to Huru.
It could still be a plot. It could still be, I mean, since I can't get it here, let's see if I can get it from this side.
Let us just be patient. Let's just be patient and watch these things unfold. And with this ruling of the court, you know, there are a lot more things that will unfold. However, you know, Mr. Rest, let me, you know, raise my worry. And it is anchored on the position of former President Goodluck Jonathan. That, as we read yesterday, you know, even though we do not align completely with him, because he has been at the helm of affairs and had the chance to set things right, but the point remains that it's worrisome that a lot of our processes, a lot of our electoral processes are, you know, even the outcome of our electoral process are being determined by court. We'll keep going to court for several interpretations of processes that should have been, you know, set straight from the time being, that people need not to be left in confusion. But here we are, each moment we have to run to the court for them to set the record straight. It becomes more worrisome, even against the background that even the 2023 election, the presidential election, has to be called by the court. At the end of the day, it was the court that called it. We are still reeling from the situation, for example, in Imo State, where Hope Uzodimma's emergence as the governor of the state is still a question of conjecture and academic exercise in questioning how the, you know, higher courts come about the mathematical equation that brought in Hope Uzodimma as the incumbent. But it leaves more to be desired, like Mr. former president did raise yesterday, that you need not to let the court begin to, you know, be the one to determine who and who gets what and who occupies what position in Nigeria.
That is lack of stable political process in Nigeria. We have political instability. We have a process that is not devoid of those factors that are inherent in Nigeria. These factors tend to affect and mar the process. And when the process is not gotten right, certainly people must be aggrieved. And when they are aggrieved, they will seek redress from court. That's why we have never had any election without the courts coming in to actually say the final word on who won and who lost. That is the situation in Nigeria.
On that note, we'll call on INEC, the political parties, to please play by the rule, stick to the rules of the game, obey the constitution of the land. There are set rules. If we play by these rules, we need not go into fist fights or court litigations. In the end, what matters is that this process that leads to the actual election is seen to be clean, fair, and at the end of the day, one can say that we had a free, fair, and credible election.
Okay. Now, Punch tells us this morning that APC has unveiled 25 governor candidates as Kwara, Bauchi suffered delay. So, as at yesterday, 25 governorship candidates in the APC have been announced. But we have, out of the 36 states, we have, I think about, what's the mathematics now? Even 8 or 9. Now, out of that, the remaining 8 have, they've not conducted their elections because they have, according to the news, they have election timetables.
Off-cycle elections.
Yes. And then 2 states, Kwara and Bauchi, had theirs postponed because they couldn't arrive at a consensus who is going, who are we taking. Then lastly, Nasarawa, their own was postponed to today because their materials arrived late. So in the case of Kwara and Bauchi, we've seen the ones that have happened in other states. It's been peaceful, everybody has agreed, but Kwara and Bauchi has decided that, I don't know, this consensus issue, who is, so how do we see this playing out, seeing that APC so far has 30 states in the country?
Well, the process is on, and they have finished out of 25 states. Possibly, even after doing all that, there are certainly going to be some matters even before the court. Some people will still go to find out from the court if the process has been rightly done, if there's been any form of breach in the constitution of the party or the constitution of the Electoral Act in the process of electing candidates by the political parties. So that of Bauchi and Kwara, is a little stalled, and there are in one of the states they were protesting because they felt that certain persons were going to now impede and begin to do things to favor one person or the other, and they felt that everything should be done transparently, and that is the protest. A peaceful protest anyway. There hasn't been any kind of serious crisis. Peaceful, calling on the persons that are vested with the responsibility for managing that election to manage it well and guide the electoral materials in such a way that they will have an election, a nomination that will be fine and accepted by all and sundry. So the process is still on. APC will still come out with all their 31 states. In some other states that has no election because of the staggered election, that's a circular election. It is all there. We will still get to see what comes out of there. But 25 and the 2 remaining will soon, Nasarawa too, yes, they will all soon be done. Even when we expected that people like the Benue governor, who is contending with the candidate of the SGF, that is the Secretary of the Federal Government, ndlea still had his way. I got nomination, except for River State, where Fubara steps aside, and eventually Chinda came in, the nominee of Almighty Yeson Wike. We call him Almighty Yeson Wike now because his actions moves as if whatever he says it must be done. I don't know where he derives his power from, but wherever he derives it from, he has Chinda as the governorship candidate of APC in River State.
Yes, quite well articulated. The point remains that in as much as the APC wants us to see that this process, is seemingly going, fine without issues and all that. That's why I'm so happy with this judgment of the High Court, coming out to set these rules aright. What we're seeing is a well orchestrated, micromanaged process to lead to an already a designed end. This process in itself will continue to wait and see the implosion that most likely APC is quite scared of, that they do not want that implosion to happen. But we are beginning to see different opinion, individuals who are not, like you rightly pointed out, who are not as happy as APC would want them to be, and to be quiet about it and then form in line with the decision of the leadership of the party. So for us, we'll continue to monitor and see how this unfolds, especially in places where there are still a lot of issues around it. And the question remains that if this individual who feels shortchanged, are we expecting them to remain in the fold, while working for the good of that party in their various states? These are the angles where we are open and we'll keep monitoring to see how it continues to unfold, if this expected implosion in APC would come about, given that this process is well micromanaged.
All right, we go on a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the headline in the Daily Trust. Tinubu appoints Professor Aina as JAMB Registrar. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Professor Aina as the new registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, signaling a leadership change in the agency responsible for conducting tertiary institution entrance examinations in Nigeria. Mr. President has, signaled there could be a need for this change. I mean, talking about changing Professor Isaac Oloyede and bringing in Professor Aina. This is something in this particular cadre of the education sector, of the tertiary institution entrance examinations in Nigeria, where there are these kind of updates come up. And Professor Aina is someone who has actually been at the forefront of the tertiary and education system in the architecture of Nigeria's education unit. Now, Mr. President appointing him has signaled that change that is coming. I mean, having Professor Isaac Oloyede serving for years, and then Professor Isaac has already thanked Mr. President for the days the period which he has spent as the JAMB registrar. Of course, JAMB and conducting the examination across all institutions, the UTME and the rest of the external examinations, under Professor Isaac Oloyede has been very, they have made a lot of marks, they have made a lot of progress, and we are expecting Professor Aina to take it further to ensure there's more of that clinical finishing for the JAMB, Joint Admission Matriculation Board, for the department. Yes.
All right. One thing I would like to point out in this appointment is the president's strategy of appointment. If he looks and sees that probably you're not fulfilling your duties in a certain position, referring to the special advisor that he appointed, where we already had a Minister of Defense. So when he sees that you're not doing what you're supposed to do, even before your tenure expires, and it's not like you're officially fired, you're still there, because this does not tell us that this person has finished his tenure enough to come out, but he has reappointed someone else. So I feel like with this new appointment, we see, JAMB has come out to tell us weeks ago that they have reduced cutoff marks from a certain number to 150 for tertiary institutions. So I don't know what the grand plan is, where you reduce cutoff marks and now you've appointed a new director for JAMB. So I just hope and believe that there is a new change that is coming to the education system, and it's obviously starting from the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board.
Well, it is not about non-performance. It's not about, although, within the period of Oluwede, there's been some few scandals about hacking into the portals of JAMB and the changing of marks and all that. But it is not unusual. Everywhere in the world, hackers are there, try to go into portals of organizations and look for whatever that interests them. So, but the fact is that the JAMB registrar has his tenure coming to an end. His tenure will come to an end on 31st of July, and certainly there won't be a lacuna. So the presidency deemed it expedient to ensure that there will be a smooth transition, handover from the new appointee to the former registrar. That's exactly what happened. And I think with the young man, because we have Professor Aina, a young man of about 39 years, he will be 40, of course, in the same July. So we see that when you bring young blood into a system, you are re-energizing that system. So the JAMB office will become a new JAMB with a young mind and a young idea, young ideas and all that. He's well schooled in computer engineering. He's well schooled in computer engineering. He has done several courses allied to everything that has to do with examination, computer and all that. He's well tutored in that field, and he has an experience that's enough to manage such an organization. So we are hopeful that the situation that occurred during the registrar Oluyede's tenure will not happen in his own case, because he will be one of the persons that will know how these hackers penetrate and be able to block those loopholes. I think it's a welcome development for Nigeria. It's a welcome development. It's a good deed by the president.
Yes, indeed, it's a good deed. Segun Aina, being young, and you give it the depth that it requires, and is speaking to capacity in this instance, because he's an engineer, a computer engineer at that matter, and he's been a consultant to both NECO and NATIP, so he's been part of this process. And of course he did his NYSC in JAMB, National Youth Service Corps in JAMB. But be that as it may, we'll understand that yes, the Oluyede will be out by July. But one thing we must speak to truths, and we must speak to these issues. His tenure has been marred by a series of crises. In his period, we'll start talking about hacking. We'll start talking about glitches in JAMB. And in his tenure, we'll now begin to have multiple, examination and re-examination of JAMB students in this instance. We witnessed last year where people were made to rewrite their exams, and where we were told that a certain section of the country, were in the habit of examination malpractice in this instance. So it was a period that was characterized and marred by crisis. And for me, appointing someone who is well seasoned in the world of tech into that position should be celebrated. But you know that in Nigeria, a number of times we've had people appointed into various positions, coming in as technocrats with lots of experiences, and then you see them failing in this very field. We do not pray that Segun Aina fails in his appointment, but we need to, thoroughly investigate this situation and begin to understand why people, it needs to be studied, why people go into certain position and they are unable to deliver when they become appointees of government, where they've lived up and delivered as private individuals, as private citizens in that regard. I remember quite well that when Nebo, was made the Minister of Power, I was telling people that time that if we do not get it between the era of Nebo and Bart Naji, that if we're unable to resolve the electricity challenges in Nigeria, being that these are two individuals, especially, speaking to Canon Nebo, a man I know personally, to his capacity, to his sincerity, his ability to get the job done, that if these gentlemen are not able to fix Nigerian, life situation, that is going to take us multiple decades for us to begin to get the process right, and it has happened. So I pray and I hope that Segun Aina, is able to, deliver in JAMB and begin to see that this process is no longer as cumbersome as it is, where our children go to write this examination and they do not, they don't even have this confidence in the process or in the ability of JAMB to do the right thing. It shouldn't be. Students should, study being confident that when they write this exam, and these are ICT-based exams, that the result can be instant. So why do we have to undergo multiple waiting periods? So these are areas we expect that INA will do something about. Be that as it may, yes, we've spoken to his capacity, but I need to equally point out the worrisome trend in appointment with this administration. Especially, you look at the appointments we've had since this year and the inception of this administration, it continues to toe the line of the previous administration, which everyone in Nigeria, critiqued. And wouldn't all go well for the federation, where we'll continue to, begin to retrogressively appoint people from certain climes, certain tribes, into position of authority. We must continue to speak out about these things, because Nigeria is a federating unit made up of multiple ethnicities. So we should do away with this issue of winner takes all, because it's looking that way. We did boldly critique the administration of our late dear President Muhammadu Buhari, because it was a lopsided appointment into position, and we've seen that when we have these lopsided appointments, it seems not to augur well for the nation. We need to begin to re-examine our strategy of appointment. When people get into position of national authority, they become fathers of the nation, and they should, in my opinion and my belief, be able to be well acquainted with the length and breadth of this nation, and have the capacity to look and attract people from other tribes into occupying position of public office in Nigeria. Having said that, we'll continue to interrogate this issue, and I do not think in any way that it augurs well for us. When I go back into history and I read Why We Struck, for example, and you look at several issues that were listed as to why you've had military intervention in Nigerian politics, we seem to consciously begin to trade those roles again, and is not going to augur well for this nation. I do not want us to begin to get to a point where we begin to somehow, toe the path that led to this situation in Rwanda. Remember the situation with the Husis and the Tutsis, where people begin to think that when a certain section is in authority, it makes them become, above other regions or above other ethnic group. No, Nigeria has gotten to a point where we'll begin to look at the nation holistically, begin to see that we are one from the same womb of the mother, Nigeria, where appointment has to be balanced. It doesn't matter if you're from Ibibio, or you're from Ijo, or you're from Anang, or you're from Hausa, Fulani, or your Yoruba and all that. No, it should have national coloration. And I am overwhelmed when I look at the appointments of former President Olusegun Obasanjo in 1999. It saw that that administration had national coloration, and we were able to see the mileage, the achievements in that administration. In everything they did in that dispensation, it had this national correlation, leading me to question, why do we begin to toe these certain lines again?
All right. To add to what you said, I wonder what the criteria for these selections are, because I would think that when it comes to the education body understands, case in point, understand that there's a position that is about to be vacant, I should think that every region should present or would present their best candidate. Okay, who do we think, by virtue of qualifications or milestone that they've achieved in their years of work and everything, that they would have a certain criteria. But then again, is the president that is left to decide everything.
Let's not mix it up somehow. it is within the prerogative of Mr. President to appoint whoever he seems fit. It is his constitutional right to appoint whoever he sees fit. And
what Mr. Uche is trying to say is there should be strict conformity to the principles of federal character.
Setting, there is a pool to choose, but I'm just trying to.
Should it be made public? That's it,
because if it was, you see, probably would have persons from other regions being in the same range of appointments.
It is the responsibility bestowed on Mr. President to appoint, and he's saying whoever is president should be able to think about the federal character principles and appoint people from different parts of Nigeria, not appointing from one section of Nigeria. That is where you have ethnic leaning. So he is saying that there shouldn't be ethnic leaning, ethnic chauvinism, or any such thing that could begin to make people think that the president or whoever is at the helm of affairs is becoming sectional.
Because when you look at the last three appointments, it looks like there has
That's exactly what he was trying to say.
No, I get what he's saying, but I'm saying if there was like you already mentioned, something maybe open. Okay, this is the people I had though. These are the people that are qualified.
It doesn't come to that. You don't question the authority. It doesn't come to that. No, it doesn't come to that. You don't question the authority of Mr. President to appoint. You don't question how he comes about it. But one thing is that from the resources of his office, from where he sits, he has that capacity to cut across from Abuja to Ikorebeni. Right? He can go to Anang, anywhere in Nigeria, that he can draw from the pool, the strength that this nation has. But at the end of the day, he has that right to appoint whoever he chooses. He feels is able to deliver on his mandate. Yeah.
Okay, our next headline is from the Daily Sun. It says, Aneke and others raise their alarm over worsening insecurity, poverty, and they demand urgent action from the president. So the former Commonwealth Secretary General, who is also a member of the Patriots, this is a non-partisan group of elders and statesmen, has come out to raise fresh concerns about the worsening cases of insecurity, poverty, and the state of the country at large, referring to the current kidnapping and killing in Oyo State, also the Northeast, the Northwest, how these issues have progressed beyond little crimes. We not see going beyond, just kidnapping people. They are not killing and posting on camera. So he's advocating to the federal government to do something. I mean, this is just, something that we've been hearing over time, but this is a patriot, a top politician coming out to call out these things once again, just to lay emphasis.
Well, this is a super elder statesman with his group. Initially, they had earlier advocated for a constitution, a new constitution for Nigeria, given the fact that they rested on the fact that the present constitution is no longer virile enough to accommodate the interests of the people of Nigeria. As such, that is why they are saying that the present way Nigeria is being run is not the best for the country. They need to convoke a national conference such that we come out with ideas, new ideas, think out of the box, and think about things that will make Nigeria work. Because since we've been doing this, the result has always been the same. Since we've been doing this, the insecurity has continued to escalate instead of being stemmed. Since we've been carrying on with this constitution, a whole lot of things have been going on the negative. So he's thinking that Nigeria should now begin to evolve new ideas and new laws that will begin to now impact on the life of Nigerians. Look at it. insecurity, farmers are no longer in the farms. Then how do you talk about food? Because people go to farm and they get killed. People go to farm, they get kidnapped, and so on and so forth. They are also saying that it is not working for Nigeria, especially the way they are approaching the insecurity situation. He's saying that poverty has gotten rid of this country. And primarily they mentioned food security. When we talk about security, security of lives and property, it is all encompassing. Security is all encompassing, food security, health security, and all the securities that you might think of, education security and so on. So, but food particularly is a problem. That is why the developed nations are what they are, because the poorest of the poor eat. Here in Nigeria, we have over 63% of Nigerians living under dimensional poverty. We are talking, when you say dimension, that is poverty of all sorts. So people are dying in penury in the midst of plenty. It is unfortunate. Well, an elder statesman like this and his group, very strong group, talking to the federal government. I think the federal government should be able to listen and begin to dissect what they mean and begin to think in the direction of this group and think about what to do to better the lot.
Yes, you've quite analyzed the situation very well. You know, if we are in other climes, when men like this speak, the government needs to take action immediately. You know, this is an eminent group of elder statesmen. When you look at the likes of people, who make up the patrons, you would know that these individuals to be taken for granted. And if Nigeria is a nation that wants to, move at a higher pace, get the fundamentals right, they need to listen when these individuals speak. Because when you look at the correlation of men who make up the patrons, led by Aneke, the former he's a diplomat, the former Commonwealth Secretary General, you will see that these are non-partisan individual men who have the interest of this nation at heart. But be that as it may, you highlighted these issues quite well. You articulated it very well, like they did put it forward. But the part that interests me more is where they were advocating for a new people-oriented democratic constitution to address root cause of governance failure in Nigeria. And there are two key issues for me here. One is that they understand quite well that this 1999 constitution that is operational, one is a military document against the provision that erased that we, the people of Nigeria, there were no people of Nigeria. It was a military document handed over, and if you see that constitution in the way it is, it needs several amendments. Yes, we've been amending, but the people of Nigeria, and as is advocated by a lot of legal luminaries, a lot of seasoned legal advocates, that there are a lot of issues in this very constitution that it doesn't drive its authority from the people of Nigeria. It was a certain individual who were mandated to come up with this very 1999 document, and in this instance we need to look towards this end. Then the other action, the other part of it, is that they pointed out the governance, the root cause of governance failure that we've had over time. It now tells you that there is something that is fundamentally wrong, driving from where even our government, even where as a people, where we draw our authority from. And that has to do with the constitution itself. And these issues, every government, that is interested in moving this nation forward should listen to them and look inwards to addressing these key issues. And, it becomes even more disturbing that when we have a successive government, we forget that government is a continuum. We seem to jettison, the actions of previous government. I'm speaking to the fact that there was a constitutional conference, sort of, that was instituted under the leadership of former President Goodluck Jonathan, where individuals that gathered for the first time, it was said that there's never been a gathering of Nigerians to this magnitude, where they had conversation across key issues. And you remember that outside the issue of food security, the other issues there is that there is a need for us as a people to sit down and have a conversation. Remember that in this time, Sharia is still an issue in Nigeria, that people from certain region are so circumspect and suspicion of anyone who talks to and gets closer to issues around Sharia. And where you come back to maybe other region, there are still other issues where there are discrepancies, and these things needs to be discussed for us to, even from that extent, begin to interrogate our issues. Because until we do this, look at the issue of insecurity, kidnapping and all that, leading to why we need to sit down. I over time advocate for us to have a Nigerian solution to these Nigerian issues. Yes, we may seem overwhelmed and there is need for collaboration, but we need to come together, have a conversation, chart a pathway to solving our issues. And I do know that is not far from what the patriots are advocating for in this very instance. Thank you. And then, in the other news, as is coming from Frontline Africa, we heard in the news that in Congo, there was a hospital that was, set ablaze as a result of issues around the Ebola crisis, where a family that wants to get hold of their dead family members' carcass or corpse, refused to be persuaded not to take away the corpse, and then they had to set ablaze a certain portion of this hospital set aside for the management of Ebola cases in this instance.
That's so dramatic.
Okay. Honestly, firstly, I don't know. Firstly, I would like to say that human beings can get really emotional. I mean, we are emotional beings, but we get really emotional because I don't see how a nation is plagued by a virus and the medical experts are telling you that you cannot take this dead body. Let us find a way, let us reach a consensus, let us find how to bury this person. So you yourselves that are coming to carry it does not get infected. But because you believe that we're also spiritual and very superstitious. Now you believe that because they are not your family member, you reserve the right to bury your family member however way you deem fit. You decide to go ahead and burn down a hospital. So now that you've burned down that hospital, how will these medical practitioners help your country, help your citizens that are in there, that are suffering from these cases, that are suffering from these diseases? So I just feel like it was just a case of penny-wise, pound-foolish situation. There was no need for them to burn down that hospital. They should have reached an agreement with the hospital on how to bury their family member.
Are you burning down a hospital where they told you or they're taking care of the people who are, Ebola infected people? You burn down that section because they told you don't take away that dead body. Now, what did you do? We are talking about, this is mostly in Africa, I would say. Sorry to start with this. It is. Because, like she said, the people have deemed it, they are so emotional at that moment. Do you know, next 2-4 hours, they'll start to rethink what happened. Now, your family member contacted Ebola, and you were told to keep your family member who has already died. Just keep this person and let us find a way to get these things done. You said no. In fact, I think they even have to burn the virus. In their mind, they say we are going to burn this hospital and burn that. That is so crass and rude. It's crass and rude, yes.
Well, you see, we are Africans. The Africans are timid. We lack information. Somewhere in the Bible it says my people suffer because of lack of knowledge. Our cultural practices are such that tends to make us not align with modern scientific procedures. And these scientific procedures, we do not respect it culturally. That is why people should insist on taking a victim of Ebola virus, taking them openly to contract this virus and spread it further for the people of Congo. It's unfortunate that it so happened. But at the same time, where are the security agencies that should have prevailed on them?
Yes.
Where are the security agencies? Why are the hospital management? Why did they not be proactive enough to contact the security agencies in such a way that they'll be barred from taking such action as burning
maybe they felt they could reason
part of the hospital. So it is disheartening and unfortunate. So we Africans, we should begin to give orientation to our people so that we have to now, merge, understand our culture and the relationship between the culture and scientific principles, so that we will not, because of our cultural practices, disobey scientific things that could bring us very bring us a kind of malady, bring us something that is wrong, bad for the society. So those people should have actually be restrained from taking such action through the use of security agencies.
All right. And then another issue as reported by frontlineafrica.com.ng, it says presidency reacts to report of plan to rename Nigeria, abolish Sharia law. The presidency has dismissed a false Vera report alleging that President Bola Tinubu plans to initiate constitutional amendment to change Nigeria's name to the United States of Nigeria and abolish Sharia law in the north.
So we are now sharing name with United States of America.
First of all, it's a rejection of, it's a disclaimer on intentions. That's what it says. It's a disclaimer on the intentions, on a rumor. That's what it is. It's a disclaimer on a rumor. But then
I wonder how the name would sound.
No. I'm not even going further to talk about the name. First of all, federal government has given a disclaimer on the rumor, we could say. However, if it is something that it has a closer truth, I will tell you that we are going into a more important we're going into a very difficult scenario now, because having Nigeria as United States of Nigeria is going to be very, very interesting. However, it's a rumor and alleged. Federal government has even disclaimed the rumor on the rumor, so it's fine. It's fine.
Fake news. When there is fake news, for me, my problem or worry is that the presidency had to come in to boost this story.
I wonder how they generate the story.
So they boost this story. I don't know why they want to boost this story.
Yes.
Because when it is fake, it's fake. It's supposed to be inconsequential to them. It means nothing, because nothing has actually shown that there is any such move.
Yes.
So if anybody is lying or coming out with a fake news, and you now go to begin to amplify, thank you, just amplifying a fake news, a rumor, a rumor that has no bearing. You say it is going to sponsor a bill in the National Assembly. Wait until a bill comes from the presidency to the National Assembly. Then people will begin to talk about this and not, becoming a champion of fake news. Because the man who had to do it on behalf of the presidency is just trying to make himself a champion. What does that mean? Why are you responding to that? How can you respond to rumors? How can you respond to rumors? A trained journalist, an image maker of government? No, I do not subscribe to that. I will not respond to that kind of rumor. There are rumors that could be responded to, but not this kind of rumor. How can you say that the presidency is sponsoring a bill in the National Assembly, is trying to rename Nigeria, and is going to banish Sharia law? That is a propaganda. And if such propaganda comes, you don't escalate it. You manage it. That is the way in media management. public relations management, you don't escalate stories like this. What you do is you manage it, and it will die a natural death.
All right. You know, for one, I do not blame the federal government in this instance for responding. You know, when you say it's rumor, and if unchallenged, may have the take time to begin to be assumed to be truth. And you know, when you listen to Bayo Ononoga, you know, denouncing this rumor, he said it was engineered to cause political unrest. And you understand that a certain section of this nation hold Sharia to a very high esteem. Therefore, the presidency needed to react quick, because we are getting into the electioneering season, and this could be used, you know, as a ploy to discredit this very administration. Having said that, you understand that yes, a lot of things, there are many intrigues when you see that things are being seen as rumor, and at the end of the day, you know, it metamorphosed to be or to have a semblance of truth in it. Be that as it may, I think Bayo Ononoga, you know, lived up to expectation in his responsibility by coming out to let, you know, Nigerians know, especially those from those sections of the nation where Sharia is of quite importance, by coming to let them know that there was no tin in the offing. But be that as it may, looking at the United States of Nigeria, that would be so wonderful. You know, it then means that we begin to practice true federalism. You know, because every state on their own, an independent state of the federation. I wouldn't know how that would play out. You know, there are many people who have been. Many people are hoping for us to return to regionalism, and here we're having United States of Nigeria.
I think Mr. Rex has something to say about this.
He doesn't seem pleased.
You remember when the rumors about former president, late president, when they said he died? I do not know how many times the presidency actually made any such statement defending that the president did not die, because the president was always seen addressing the people. You see, when you begin to defend, but nobody did that. The presidency were not coming out to begin to defend that one and this one. Which one is more?
Which of the presidency are you talking
former
about?
president, late President Buhari, Muhammad Buhari was saying, it was not until some people took the courage to ask him, Mr. President.
But Mr. Rex, you know the thing with rumor, it stems from somewhere.
Anyway,
in every rumor,
that's what I'm saying.
We are running out of time, but the point remains that for me, you know, we all can hold our individual opinion, but these things have the capacity to assume the capacity of truth. Even the issue you cited, a large number of Nigerians believed that the man in question was already dead and gone, you know, in this instance. However, let us thank the publishers of frontlineafrica.com.ng for the privilege to cite their publications.
All right, thank you so much. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, this is actually a good story to wrap up this morning. Thankfully, Bayo Ononoga has denounced this claim, because I don't know what it would be when we are still trying to, you know, get to elections and they are telling you that you're no longer Federal Republic of Nigeria, you're now United States of Nigeria. All right, that's all we are taking this, or that's all we can take this morning on the breakfast show Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Till we come your way again next week. I mean, get into the weekend, refresh. If you need to rest, rest. If you need to walk out, clean up, and prepare for the next week. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm good, Dr. Chukuma. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure.
Mr. Rez, what an in-depth analysis. It's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise.
Thank you, Ms. Uche, for having me, and for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV. You'll get the best from us.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way. Same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Quaza and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Futanwa, in our Kozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man. Television, you do man. Help the hello, we are Melamadia. Who me would ya wo? Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, it's your mom, to come over since. You never had you were television. Oh, yeah, but we are on the social media. What the
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you, Gina. You know, equality means that all of us coming here have to climb these 3 steps. But justice means that everybody be accorded a place of speech that is convenient for him. So when you think about President Jonathan being on that place, and the Vice President is also going to be on that place, in justice, I think that's where I should be, so you can see me well. When I saw these Ngas dancers, I was wondering whether they are supporters of Chelsea, but I soon realized that they weren't. Congratulations, because of course, naturally, I'm an Arsenal supporter. So, and the Emir of Kano himself was full of joy. So if you see the Sultan not looking so happy, it's because Manchester United is not doing so well. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me, for obvious reasons, as they say, stand on existing protocols. This is not an honor I take for granted, to have been asked by General Gowon and his wife to review this book. I feel quite honored. And when you think about the man who has come through so much pain and suffering, bitterness, anger, a man who has come through so much in his life, humiliation in all forms, you would imagine that if he attempts to put anything down in writing, a man who has been subjected to treachery, backstabbing, intrigues, and so on and so forth, you will expect that if he has an opportunity, he will take his pound of flesh, and that whatever he writes will be full of either bitterness, anger, and the deception and the betrayal. But from the very beginning of the book, the author says, I want, and I quote, I want to emphasize that I'm telling my story without access to my crucial personal records. Since many important documents taken from my desk after my removal in July 1975 were discarded by those who succeeded me. Other documents that survived, which he kept, were destroyed in 2 fire incidents, one in Bakori and the other one in Kaduna. And this is in Romans, page 21. It's important, therefore, to underscore the fact that whatever you read in the book is the result of what the author was able to recall. And you will find in the book evidence of excellent memory and details of things. The book itself is 36 chapters. And when I received it, the copy I got is 850 pages. When I spoke to the publisher, he told me there were still more pages coming. So my quotation, the pagination will probably not reflect in the final copy that you might have to read. The sheer size of the book suggests, and the kind of issues that are covered suggest that the review also should be something slightly different. And therefore, I have decided to divide the review into 5 different sections. The first section I titled Gowon and the 4 coups. The second section I titled Gowon, Times of Trials and Tribulation. The third section I called Gowon, Truth and Redemption. And the fourth, Victoria Gowon, Wife, Shield, Diplomat, and Chief Security Officer. And the final, section 5, I said Nigeria, who next and what next? The author opens the book by saying, and I quote, "I have tried to tell my story as truthfully as I know how, and see it without any intention of claiming the glory for every achievement or heaping blames on other people or perceived failures. I made a conscious decision not to open new wounds, but to clarify my thinking on policies and plans at the period too often narrated by others." End of quote. Notwithstanding this, most readers of the book might be quick to say that perhaps these wounds that the author was reluctant in opening would have better been opened, and perhaps by now, greater healing would have probably happened. But notwithstanding, the book itself covers from the life of the writer right through to a lot of the epochal events in his active life and beyond. For example, those of us who probably remember little things remember the nuanced references that Ojukwu tended to make, that he was senior to General Gowon. But the record tells us that while the writer himself, General Gowon, his military number was N20, Ojukwu's military number was N29. But then he goes on to make the point that while he started his cadet training in 1954, he was commissioned in 1956. The author goes on to state that Ojukwu was commissioned in 1958, but he and others were later given 3 years seniority because of their university degrees. All that is found on page 245. On April 1st, 1963, both of them received their first senior postings, whereas Gowon was appointed Adjutant General, Ojukwu was appointed Quartermaster General. And according to his account, after the announcement of their promotions, Ojukwu suggested that they should change positions. But for obvious reasons, it wasn't within the power. A reference has already been made about the coups. I refer to them as 4 coups, in the sense that he was affected tangentially by the 4th coup. But first, in the account and in popular narrative, we talk about the 1966 coup as the Igbo coup. We talk about the later coup as the revenge coup. Of course, further reflections and further reading and further interrogation of the distorted history of what really happened reveals more nuances. And I think that the most important thing is that scholars must also come to terms with the fact that this story has still only just started, and it's an ongoing story. But again, at the end, in explaining these coups, we're not looking for who is right or who is wrong. But even in all narrations, including the narration of the author, there are still a lot of questions left unanswered, in the sense that, like the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, titled, he referred to it as the known unknowns. But again, this is because scholarship has to continue. One of the most important things leading before the Civil War, and I thought it was from the general himself that I heard, I don't think that is something that many Nigerians know, that actually until Aburi and after, what had been declared was police action, with the hope that somehow things would be resolved. But this famous speech that was delivered by the author on July 31st, 1966, his first speech, a very controversial speech that many people remember. One of the things that many people remember, and I don't know who wrote that speech, but whoever wrote that speech created more problems than he answered. Because, and I quote, because this proved to be the most controversial part of that speech. He says, in the course of the speech, as head of state, he said, "Suffice it to say that putting all considerations to test, political, economic, as well as social, the base for unity is not there, or is so badly rocked, not only once, but several times. I therefore feel that we should review the issue of our national standing and see if we can stop the country from drifting away into destruction." End of quote. That is on page 218. What is interesting about this speech is that subsequently, when Aburi happens, And Aburi is pretty well discussed, but it remains a sore point in the sense that I think the narrative is still not concluded. But in my view, researchers, members of the diplomatic community, students should go back and gather some of the evidence. Because it seems that one of the problems of Aburi was that both men went with different intentions. Ojukwu had read the fact that, and for him, the author says on page 240, the idea of Aburi was to have an exploratory event meant to break the ice, remove the veil of suspicion, and engender trust among the key actors. A sort of gentleman's agreement. This is what General Gowon, as head of state, went to Aburi hoping for. But Ojukwu had a completely different text, because Ojukwu says, if you read, because I'm involved, a few other things that suggest that, as far as Ojukwu was concerned, Aburi was one to try and answer the question of how did Ironsi die and who killed Ironsi. But even more importantly was to address the issue that he was hoping that Aburi will validate the fact that there was need to go back to where we were before the military struck, namely a loose federation. Now you can read the story, but I think that it's a story of moving parts. But again, I think it's important that from the point of view of history and so on, the author deals with those issues from his own point of view. The first chapter of the book, ironically, doesn't start necessarily with the background stories of the beginning. It starts with a very interesting incident. That is what happened in 1975. And the story is very remarkable because when you talk about General Gowon being a muscular Christian, whoever framed that concept must be a British man, but if you want to test what it really means to be a muscular Christian, Gowon's reaction, I'm sorry, sir, I have to call you by that name because I'm talking about you as an author, not as head of state now. If you read the text, you can now see, that there is something completely different. First of all, there are rumors that there is a coup. And it is very interesting for us to know that marabouts, seers, prophets have always been in the seat of government, not be only Villa they enter, they've always been there. Because these prophets were already telling General Gowon very early from Mali, from Senegal, they were already naming people who were plotting coup. And then, naturally, the head of state tells his security chief, who is supposed to be an IG now, and that's MD Yusuf. He says, you sniff around and find out what is happening. MD Yusuf, the ever fantastic and perhaps one of the greatest Nigerians, and he was a man I loved very much because he had an incredible passion for this country, but an incredible sense of, I happen to have enjoyed a bit of his friendship. But he makes his investigation, comes back to the head of state, and then he says to the head of state, President Jonathan, I think you speak a bit of Hausa, isn't it? means it is our boys. It is our boys. And now the interesting thing with Yaramu is that remember that the second coup was staged by Yarang Arewa in order to revenge what had happened. Now, within the same womb that had produced the revenge coup, Yaramu were now turning against themselves. Let me put it that way. So the head of state is told this coup is being organized by our boys. And the title of that chapter is Our Boys Are Up to Something. Now, even me as a lay person, the things I heard and the things I know about the rumor, say they hear say you are part of a coup, even sniffing around. Now, the head of state is being told even the names of those who are involved in this coup. And then he says simply, if you boys want to take over, you can try. If you succeed, you can call this your revolution and do whatever you want. Now, which kind of head of state? They say some dogs are sniffing around your throne, and then you tell them, carry on if you want. Now, that sense of resignation also speaks to One, the inevitability of certain realities if your faith in God is strong, which is that what will happen will happen. But again, I think it's founded on the author's firm conviction, which will later be resonated by President Jonathan about how much blood do you require to protect your throne. Because in all of this, he is told even the people, he's told their names. And then before he gets ready to leave for Kampala, he's determined to go to Kampala. He could have stayed back, because how can you leave your back empty and decide to go to Kampala? But the author says he had already made up his mind to go to Kampala precisely because he wanted to convince other African countries to take very seriously the issue of supporting Angola. And he was ready to make that sacrifice. But then the director of military intelligence then, who was Colonel Abdullahi Mohammed, fantastic gentleman, but he was to accompany the head of state to Kampala. And yet, as they are getting ready to go to Kampala, Colonel Mohammed comes and then he tells the head of state, Oga, let me stay, because he's already part of the coup plotters. But he says to the head of state, let me stay back, and I keep sniffing around. Whatever stories I get, I will hand them over to the Chief of Staff, Supreme Headquarters, Vice Admiral Joseph Akinwale Way. And you might say that the head of state almost naively accepted. He said, okay, stay back. And then the funniest of them all was just Joe Garba, Colonel Joseph Garba, who is in charge of Brigade of Guards, supposed to be in charge of defending the president. Now, Joe Garba was supposed to accompany him to the airport. Instead of accompanying him to the airport, he calls the head of state by phone and said, Oga, Brigadier Mobolaji Johnson, governor of Lagos State, has an event. He has asked me to go and represent him. And he says, go and represent him. How can you refuse to accompany head of state because a junior officer like a brigadier has asked you to stay back? When you talk of muscular Christianity, those of you who are Christians will understand, should Jesus have gone to the cross, there are a lot of things he could have done differently. But when you place the human being at the center of everything, then you make decisions that others might consider rational or irrational. And so, he says at the end of the day, this is, as he himself went off to Kampala, despite the threat, he said, I told him that he was excused, that is Joe Garba, but reminded him that further to our discussion on security, he should simply hand over in the event of a coup, as I did not want him or any soldier to be killed, despite the fact that his wife had sniffed something around and was making the case. But what do women know? On the 25th of July, his wife decided, look, I'm taking the children for a holiday. And the author says, no, stay back. Let me go to Kampala and come back. She said, no, we will go. She leaves on the 25th. The coup takes place on the 29th. The rest is history. Now, what is very interesting, close your eyes and ask yourself, all of us who are here, we left either notes on our table, maybe kept our underwear or the things we wanted to wear somewhere, and imagine that you are here, and suddenly you can't go back home again. Because when the head of state left for Kampala, just like everything, there was a lot of unfinished business. And suddenly you are stranded in the middle of nowhere. You're told a coup has taken place, you can't go back home. Now, what I've done here is I've just identified a few things defying time. So I'm not tied to time, but I just accumulated some of the things that I think should occupy our attention. Namely, in chapters 28 to 32, this dramatic phase and traumatic phase of the Gowon family life is highlighted. First, he arrives Kampala as head of state and chairman of ECOWAS. After the coup, he has become a refugee. And then what is very interesting is that, hear this and hear very well. Head of state of the richest country in Africa Suddenly, he starts feeling his pocket, and then there is no money. You will find it in the book. There isn't much money. And then the people that accompanied him, ordinary junior officers that accompanied, began to bring out part of their Esther code to contribute. Then people from the Nigerian High Commission in Kampala, out of sympathy, gathered head of state. They did offertory collection to help their head of state. Everything put together in that room, everything put together. Collection from Nigerian High Commission, collection from the people who accompanied him, then the one that he himself had, everything came to £3,000. That was what he had. Either to live in Uganda. Then Idi Amin said, Oga, I don't accept this nonsense. I'm going to send Ugandan troops to go and claim your throne for you. The general says no. And right now he has no place to go to. Finally, he says, okay, we'll go to Togo. Yadema accepts. Idi Amin is very generous. Idi Amin dashed him $10,000. And that was what increased his confidence to come to Togo. But then he realizes that if he stays in Togo, they must still continue to say, this is what is happening. You know, he's planning to come back to Nigeria. Now, his name is wiped out the records of army records. There's even the streets that were named after him, like Broad Street in Lagos. The military quickly cleaned the names. His two brothers, Captain Moses and Isaiah, this is through time now. I'm crossing over to the Dimkaku, are now detained. His daughter's grave is desecrated in Wusasa. Government refused to sell even the only one house that he has on 11 Oketiebo in Ikoyi, refused to sell it to him. And after 19 years of military service, from the time he joined the army up till the day he was removed from the army, they now put all his money together, everything that he's entitled to. And the total came to 34,304 naira. You heard me right, 34,304 naira. That is what General Yakubu Gowon, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who had superintended a civil war, who had overseen the sale of tanks and so on, who just with one tip alone, just one small tip, but all he had to call by his name, after 19 years of military service, 34,304. And out of this, only 20,000 was remitted into his bank account. He had only one bank account. His pension of £7,000 was stopped after the 1976 coup. His total savings from that time was 41,000 naira. Total gratuity received was 34,000 naira, with which he used to build. If you have been to his Sultan Bello house in Kaduna, you know the place. So now, Victoria and the children, I'm sorry, ma, please, just Her Excellency is in London with the children. But by the way, now that their husband, 2 days after their husband is no longer head of state, they checked into a hotel. Of course, they discovered they can no longer stay in the hotel. So literally, from first lady to being homeless, with children that you have to bring up. It takes one gentleman called Emmanuel Oti from Arochukwu, who offered the Gowon family a house that he himself had tried to fix and wanted to move into. Now, are you from Arochukwu? Why are you clapping? And then, in the course of their being in London, when you read the book, you will find, first of all, one day somebody came. He had spoken to his friend Ahijo. And Ahijo sent somebody, but the ambassador came to the Gowon house. And then he brought a package and handed over. And General Gowon holds the package. And it's a bit heavy. How much is it? $50,000. The highest amount of money that came into the hands of the family. Now, remember that those who took over had accused him of having properties and bank accounts all over the world. I remember when you celebrated your 70th birthday, sir. I wrote to General Buhari, many generals, Nelson Mandela, Jimmy Carter. We tried to contribute. She was the coup plotter. I was just conscripted on your 70th birthday. But one thing that Buhari said in his letter to you, and General Buhari said to me, he said, look, what shocked me was When we were called to go and become, is it ADC, to the head of state, he was sitting on a chair. So you go and salute, and then the head of state would look at you and then interview you or whatever. He said, when I saluted, the head of state didn't look at me, just said, fall out. And I fell out. And he said to me, President Buhari was very humorous. He said, look, as thin as I am now, can you imagine what I was at that time? Maybe he didn't take me because he was afraid that if they fire bullet, I was too thin to protect the village. But President Buhari said that what shocked him was General Gowon came to him and said he couldn't pay his children's school fees. And you ask yourself, all the people he governed in Nigeria, where were they? They were all going to London, going and coming. Now, he finally enrolls as a student in Warwick University. And then, of course, all that Nigerians remember about being in Warwick was that he disgraced the nation. This is a nation that has not paid him his money. But he disgraced the nation by being seen with a tray in the cafeteria of Warwick University. Now, we can go on and on, but I think the next point that I think is very important, because all of that is pretty well documented, because at this point now, General Gowon is almost like a scene out of the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, there's a price placed on his head. Anybody who can find him and bring him to Nigeria. Now, the story goes on and on, because the new head of state then, General Obasanjo, delivers a speech in which he said, and I quote, "We have made it clear that any country that harbors Yakubu Gowon is committing an unfriendly act towards the government and people of Nigeria. In the meantime, the Supreme Military Council has decided to dismiss Yakubu Gowon from the Nigerian army. He will from now be treated as a wanted person to face allegations against him anytime he sets foot on Nigerian soil." Page 641. Now, there is something, that story goes on. I'm sure many of you know the rest of the story. But let me very quickly move to the third point, which is General Gowon, truth and redemption. Now, of course, finally, things happen. And many of us know the story. But there is, those of you who are Christians, Psalm 91, which is one of my favorite Psalms. He said, look, 1,000 arrows may fall on your side, 10,000 will fall by your side, but it will never touch you, because his buckler is your shield. And I think that's what we can say. Because amidst all of this, General Gowon had an opportunity. And like General Buhari said to me, this is a president in a war. We are in a war where anybody, he can make anybody a millionaire and a billionaire. How could he now come back and say he couldn't pay his children's school fees? Mobolaji Johnson, the governor of Lagos State, decided that even when he was head of state, Oga will give you a plot of land. The head of state said, I don't want plot of land. I'm head of state. I'm serving Nigeria. He says, okay, let us put the name of your wife. He said, no, don't put the name of your wife. After Mobolaji Johnson gets tired, he finally allocates a plot of land. How much is 2.7 acres of land? That's what was allocated to him as head of state. He goes and sees 2.7 acres, that is too much. He said, no, I will need smaller land, so I can just do story building now. 2.7 is too much. Cut it down. Then, of course, after that, the coup happens. Commodore Adekunle Lawal, who succeeds Mobolaji Johnson, revokes the plot, allocates to another person, still using Gowon. You locate to another person, locate to another person, still using the name of Gowon. You can read that story on page 627. Now, he comes to Abuja, and there's a beautiful, read the account, because many of us, the problem with the history is that it's so distorted. Because what we know about Abuja is a fraction of the story. When you read the book, you will see what happened and how this story came about. The endless trips, helicopter trips, that they had General Gowon then and others made around this country to find a capital. Yet, in this same capital that he gave birth to, he didn't have a plot of land. And when he came back, it was just out of pity, let me put it that way, that General Babangida, General Gordon Nasco, agreed. Finally, they named one crescent after him. And after the crescent, they now gave him a plot of land. His first plot of land, literally in Abuja. He mobilizes resources to try and start building, takes people to the building site. He begins to build, then El Rufai becomes El Rufai, who was Minister of FCT, revoked the land. Yes, and it required the intervention of General Tiwa Danjuma, others, to get the plot of land back. Now, there are other issues, as I said, regarding relationship. But what I found very interesting, I saw the British High Commissioner here, I don't know where he has gone. But one interesting thing was what happened when this debate was going on about bring Gowon back, we want to try him. It seemed that among them as soldiers, it seems that Obasanjo still was not convinced that Gowon should be brought back. But you have to say something to be publicly heard. So there is a dramatic story which is told by Alison Ayida in response to the publication of Not My Will by President Obasanjo. And one of the things he said was that he said that if, for the High Commissioner, he said his argument was that we want Gowon to be brought back, but we don't want him to be brought back. So how do we do it? Alison Ayida said that, he said, if, however, this is what Alison Ayida said, if, however, this is what Gowon, General Obasanjo said, if, however, the message leaks out, the head of state will deny and castigate you publicly. Then Ayida says, I accepted my assignment, knowing fully well that I will be sacrificed if the assignment failed. Page 646. The point I'm making is, between General Gowon and Obasanjo, on page 339 of the book, please wait, sit down there. I didn't come here. This book is 900 pages. Now, on page 339, the author has said about Obasanjo, he said, I became his informal guardian angel, and for security reasons trusted him more than any other soldier. Now that you're giving me paper, let me go to Victoria Gowon, mother, the shield, the diplomat, who wore the trousers in the house. That's the title. In Sirach chapter 26, verse 1, it says, happy is the husband of a good wife. The number of his days will be doubled. I've tried to check the Bible to see, is there any place, happy is the wife of a good husband? I can't find it in the Bible. But it just says happy, and this woman is a quintessential vindication of that statement. Because on page 16 of the book, the author had said, Victoria had become attuned to military life and traditions, and her antennae easily pick signals that I sometimes wave aside as basic intuitions. End of quote. Now, amidst these periods of crisis, how was this woman able to look after children? Remember that her husband is a refugee. Okay? He cannot find a job in Nigeria, in London. He cannot open a bank account. And he himself said in the book that he became what he called a kept man on page 616. It's a man that is kept by a woman, because she's the one looking after everything in the house. She begins to make bed sheets. She begins to make pillows for sale and so on in order to be able to survive. And one very interesting isolated thing in the book is that whether the Nigerian Commission, they sent somebody to come and serve as their steward, to be able to clean their house, watch for them and so on. It turned out that this man who was working with them, Malam Baro, was actually a paid intelligence man from the Nigerian embassy who was working in their house, hoping that they will find incriminating evidence. Of course, there ought to be, for a man that has been stripped of everything, and of course, a man that cannot find a job, and a woman that is struggling, there's supposed to be anger, frustration, fighting, backbite, all kinds of things. At the end of the day, the poor man doesn't have anything to report back. Now, one thing happened, which I think is important for the book. It was the general decided to join politics, because many of you remember under option A1 and A4, under option A4. Now he contested this election, but the wife doesn't agree, and this woman that you see, she looks very innocent. But she has a heart of steel. Let me tell you, imagine this old man is still very handsome. Can you imagine what he was like at the age of 31, 32? Every girl looking at him has to look at him twice, including married women. And then suddenly he now finds, they told him about this young girl, he went to her. The idea that the head of state wants to marry you. Then he goes and tells somebody, they managed to tell her that this man is interested. Finally, he went to see her. Young girl of just 20-something. He went to see her. Then he said, I love you. Then, instead of saying, what kind of rubbish is that? She looks at him and says, you love me? Write it down. And you can see on page 347, she says to him, write it down. And can you imagine the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria, the head of state surrounded by soldiers, standing before a 20-something-year-old girl, is shaking his hand, trying to write a love letter. Say, do you love me? And he's not even sure of the answer he will get. But that, it's a measure of the kind of person that General Gowon, and I think in fairness to him, he gives her a lot of credit, you know, in the book. Let me end because it is... That election, that attempted election exposed something. Because if you are talking about we Northerners, we are supposed to be one. We are supposed to be united because we are Northerners. There couldn't be a better definition of that North. And yet, when Alhaji Dankabo went and persuaded him to run, the wife said no. Moses is a Hyundai, again with an antenna. Moses said, it's a Hyundai. He said, don't go for this thing, no, because Babangida wants to extend his territory, just wants to get you out of the way. He said, no, let me go and try. But it's not the trying that is the issue. It is the reaction of the local community when they saw a reaction towards General Gowon. And he quotes, and I quote page 707, where he says, Christians and Muslims were threatened with fate worse than death if they voted for a Christian candidate. Houses will be burnt. Page 707. I want to end by asking a question, some of the things have been said. Again, in the preface, the author says, history has been kind to me, and I bear no grudge against anyone. If this book achieves anything, let it be to show that public service is never a call to vainglory, but an aspiration to guardianship by those who lead with conscience and conviction. That is what muscular Christians do. And so, as I said, I feel sentimental about Wusasa, because in this hall, Tiwa Danjuma is connected with Wusasa. General IBM Haruna is a Wusasa boy. And Wusasa is an important place. Unfortunately, its history is vanishing. Because in 1924, Kaka Audu became the first woman to write Cambridge examination in northern Nigeria. The first woman. That time, Sardana was only 12 years old. Michael Angulu was the first registrar of JAM, R.A.B. Diko, in 1938. He became a medical doctor, the first in northern Nigeria. Rhoda Mohammed was the first female ambassador in Nigeria. John Garba was the first African to be appointed to the World Bank, and so on and so forth. This is the place where General comes from. So, I want to say, by way of conclusion again, that this book, General, I want to thank you. We have read histories about the war. We have read about Obasanjo. We have read Ojukwu. We have read Shagari. We have read Babangida. We have read General Danjuma. We've partially read President Jonathan. I'm happy he accepts that. Now we are reading General Gowon. Next month, 24th of June, we are going to be reading General Abdul Salam by the grace of God. So I end as I started by saying, no autobiography summarizes history in totality. Nobody tells all the truth, because a point of view is a point from a view. The author has written things as he saw them, and if you respond negatively to autobiography, the answer is go and write your own. So, All we can take away from this book is a renewal of our commitment, our faith, our dedication to the fact that God, the supreme creator of heaven and earth, is not done with our country. He will still do great things for us. All of us are called upon to become agents of reconciliation, because the book ends with the final sentence: to keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. And thank you very much.
Your Excellency, representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the very distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima.
Your Excellency, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, sir, please appreciate the Vice President leading his father and our father up to the podium for his remarks. The Vice President has asked that you use his podium. Please, can we have a resounding applause for him one more time? And for the Vice President...
Shall I say, just abide by the existing protocol so that we can get on with what has brought us here? Thank you. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as far as anniversaries go, 2026 is a landmark year in the evolving history of our dear nation, Nigeria. It is a year that connects our past with the present and points the way to the future. 60 years ago, the course of Nigeria's political history was altered with the incursion of the military into governance. 60 years ago, I providentially had the opportunity to begin to lead Nigeria. 60 years ago, our country stood on the brink of disintegration, and the circumstances of the time made me to renew my commitment to serve Nigeria with all my strength. But it is sheer coincidence that I am formally sharing the story of my life and what happened in our country 60 years after the occurrences. It was not planned to be so. As I entered the hall, I was immediately overwhelmed by the quality of attendance of this event. Each person present has a reason to be absent. I welcome serving and retired military personnel daily kept awake by the challenge of insurgency in the country. I appreciate political leaders who chose to be here instead of being on the field to chase tickets for political offices in 2027. I warmly acknowledge the presence of busy business executives who left their boardrooms despite mounting turbulence occasioned by happening in the Middle East. We have scholars and researchers who have paused their search for insights into political transitions and elite decision-making in the country. We also have friends and associates who should be pursuing several other interests. I'm sure our journalists are eager to amplify the story of aging statesmen. I warmly, but I think if they've heard Bishop Skooker's presentation, they don't have to come back to me at all. Thank you. I warmly and sincerely appreciate the presence of everyone here, everyone present here today. Thank you. God bless you all. As I said, publishing my autobiography in the 60th year of my becoming head of state is mere coincidence. I had no timetable in mind. Over several years, several individuals tried their best to persuade me to write to end the growing spate of misinformation and disinformation on me in national conversations. More pressure was mounted when rumors of my death gained ground. Not once, but many times, I think up to 4 times so far. I wonder how many more will be done. As you can attest today, these reports, to paraphrase the writer Mark Twain, were over-exaggerated. When I eventually decided to write, I was clear that I only needed to tell my truth, not join issues with anyone or sit in judgment over what might be considered right or wrong. I chose this path over my former stance to maintain silence conscious. My story and that of Nigeria were too intertwined, so I needed to mind the gap and avoid feeding negative narratives that could reopen old wounds. My life of duty and allegiance is the result of strong collaborative efforts based on my lifelong recollections, the dedication of my research team that comprised my former press secretary, Elder Moses Ihonde, and the hard-working, bald-headed young man, Dotun Adekambi, as well as the commitment of the publishers, the Havila Group, led by Abel Akogun, Landre Adesue. But the book is not celebration of me. Rather, as I wrote, it is my modest attempt at expressing gratitude for the opportunity to serve Nigeria and to dream alongside individuals and groups that shared a boundless faith in our nation's future. Though many of them acknowledge their contributions from the depth of my heart. I cannot say it loudly enough that my belief in the long-term survival of Nigeria is total, because my love for the country and its people is beyond question. Let me remember all those dedicated public servants, whether home or external affairs. May I recognize and appreciate all those few old officers of all the members of the armed forces and the younger ones who really toiled so hard and we work together in order to preserve the unity of this country. Yes, some of them are now nearly as old as I am. One is Akilu Nade, one is Ibrahim Haruna. You remembered our in a battle, Onitsha battle, telephone battle? Honestly, and I remember also all the our natural rulers throughout the country. Honestly, the way they helped me with prayers and support and to get their people, to support what we're trying to do. Well, is it the grandson, or are you a son? Of Sir Abubakar III, the Sultan of Sokoto. I can assure you, he had a very big effort to make sure that he really ensured there is peace. There is peace in the country, especially with the death of his cousin, the Sultan of Sokoto. And I know the way he came to Lagos on a number of occasions in order to sue for peace so that Nigeria can continue. I remember that very dearly. Yes, honestly, I'm proud of all those who served with me at that time from 1975, of all ages and all the Nigerians also that really gave me the support. It is Nigerians that told me when I read in the pages of newspaper, that, do you know the meaning of govern? I said, meaning of govern? Well, I know the meaning of govern, but what is it? So I read from that newspaper. I don't know whether it was Herald in a newspaper, but when I read that, or Observer, when I read that paper, and I saw that it says, the meaning of govern is go on with one Nigeria, I was surprised. I should go on with one Nigeria. So it gave me a feeling, it gave me further courage to make sure that, yes, that is what I will do. And I will ask all Nigerians to help me do that. And I can assure you, all Nigerians, that is all part of the country, rally round. And this is where I want one young man, Ukpabi Asika, a university lecturer, when I was looking for somebody that will now help me to look after the East at that time. So I asked Obasanjo to please contact some of the senior lecturers at the University of Ibadan, to find me somebody that I think is brave enough, to be able to accept to be either the governor or administrator in the East. And this is where he did his best. I think he contacted Professor Ajayi and I think a number of others at the University of Ibadan, and they got one young man called Upabi Asika. And when he came to see me, I said to him, this is a task that I will not, if you are my brother, I will advise you not to take this suggestion. But from all that I heard from that young man, well, he was probably about the same age. What I heard of him, I was convinced that he has the courage, he has a belief and love for Nigeria, and certainly does not want the East to break away from Nigeria. And he accepted. And I can assure you, for what he did to look after the Eastern region at that time, for what he did, I was really very touched. And for that reason, we cannot afford to do anything that is going to harm or hurt, or leave a bad impression, from the East. I understand that his son, Asika, I think, are you here? If you are here, you better stand up so that I can see you, because I haven't seen you for many years. Oh, well, there you are. Thank you. Nice to see you. Now, today, Nigeria has again launched another cycle of preparation towards the general election in 2027. It goes without saying that we all must rise to contain the desperation frequently accepted by the political class who engage in what they love to call do or die politicking, and their inability to conduct free, fair, and transparent elections. Even in matters as minor as intra-party elections, which has continued to plague our nation from colonial times. We must not give room to the naysayers who see no good in our nation and would rather label it as a failed nation. Each time I reflect on my service to my country, I become further persuaded that Nigeria can get better and achieve her potentials as the giant of Africa. On my watch as head of state, the country did not fall, and I am confident that the nation, despite all its challenges, still will not fall. But I am worried that Nigerians never seem to get tired of presenting difficult solutions to simple problems, which they further complicate with more complex and ambiguous solutions that invariably generate tensions in the country. My belief is that this book, My Life of Duty and Allegiance, will help to correct misconceptions and fill the gaps in public narratives. For the proverbial ordinary man and those who currently shoulder the burden of leadership, I hope my story will show that public service is never a call to vain glory, but an aspiration of guardianship by those who would lead with conscience and conviction. I would like to say thank you to Bishop Kuka for really presenting this book. My goodness, I think he's made it even more, better understood than probably, when I read it, I thought probably it didn't explain enough, but he has done well. Thank you very much, Bishop Kuka, for the review, for beautiful review of the book. Now, what can one say other than to say to each and every one of you here today, of course, I know the chairman, of the occasion, and his dear wife, the representative of Mr. President, our Vice President, is here, and all of you important personalities here. And where is my in-house agent, my special in-house agent? This is a young lady. When I tried to get General Babangida in order to advise him for anything, and I cannot get him, no matter how much I try. I was lucky to be able to have her telephone number. And when I rang her, she said, "Wait, uncle, wait a moment," and she will take the telephone to him. And I believe she will stand there until he took the telephone and answer me. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, my special, and so I name her my special in-house agent. Yes, honestly, I'm really very touched with this reception, this book launch. All of you have done exceptionally well, and I'm really grateful. My young youth service corps that gave me a guard of honor before I came, and of course a troop of them outside to welcome me here. Thank you, and to all of you who went through the youth corps through your life. Thank you for the service that you also rendered for the country. Well done to you all. Well, to all of you, what do we call you? You are the MC, Master of Ceremony, but she is not a mister. Thank you very much for a job very well done. And God bless each and every one of you. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the elder statesman, bridge builder, former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR. Can we please give him a big round of applause as he goes down? Very quickly, please, the co-presenters and co-launchers who were meant to send in their notes or slips, please can we have them now so we can announce them? But very quickly, I'd like to welcome my Lord Honorable Justice Monica Benson B. Menson, Dongman Menson, President Court of Appeal. My Lord, you're most welcome. We also want to appreciate very quickly the chairman of the occasion and his wife, former President.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Father and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you won't talk to come over soon. You better have you what
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds in two dominant ecological identities: the lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.